December 2021. Please rise if you're able and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And let's remain standing as we join together in a brief moment of silence. Traditionally, we do this to remind ourselves of the dangers that our armed forces face each day defending our freedoms. So we will take a moment in their honor, but also as we continue through the second year of this pandemic. Now in the United States, we're very close to 800,000 lives lost. We'll probably hit that number by the weekend. Worldwide, 5.3 million lives lost, staggering numbers. So it's been a really tough period, and I know we're going through some changes now with Delta surging and people concerned about Omicron. So let's also remind ourselves of the devastating toll that this pandemic has had on our nation and on our planet. And let's continue to dedicate ourselves to protecting ourselves, our families, and the people around us in our community from getting this very dangerous virus. So let's pause together in silence. Please be seated. All right, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Supervisor Schneiderman.
Present.
Sorry, Councilwoman Lofstad. Here. Councilman Martell.
Here.
Councilman Bouvier.
Here.
Councilman Scavone.
Present.
All right, we're here. I see that Ryan is on as well. I didn't know if Ryan wanted to do an update at the beginning of this meeting. I've already mentioned COVID, but is there anything you want to say, Ryan?
Thanks, Supervisor. Yeah, I think we should probably just take a minute to discuss the new mandate that's been put into effect, because I know there's certainly a lot of conversation and maybe even confusion out there with regards to it. As of just the other day, the state placed a mandate in effect that was as of Friday. It came out around 3 o'clock in the afternoon on Friday, indicating that as of yesterday, Monday, masks would be required in all public facilities. Basically, regardless of vaccination status, there are two pathways that any location can choose. One is 100% of the individuals inside of that structure, and this applies to everything except for private residences. 100% of the individuals inside of that structure, staff, visitors, vendors, etc., have to all be vaccinated. Or two, everyone has to be masked. The mandate from the state very clearly says, and the FAQs that were released right after the mandate says, that we can't mix and match. You can't say, all right, all vaccinated individuals are okay, don't have to wear a mask inside, which is kind of the policy we had been following at most town facilities. When you came in, if you were vaccinated, you could walk around unmasked. If you were unvaccinated, we kindly requested that you wear a mask inside of any of our town facilities. That mix and match option was taken away with this mandate. So that went into effect as of Monday, and is supposed to be in effect until January 15th at least. There's a possibility that the state may extend beyond that. So we are following that policy at town facilities, and I believe that most, if not all, private establishments have started following that policy, at least at this point. There is kind of a rapid rollout, and it's a bit more strict than anything that we've really seen before. There's not a lot of room within the mandate for spaces within a facility to not necessarily have masks at, private workstations, things of that nature. So we're still trying to get some answers on a couple of those questions. If somebody's 6 or 10 feet or 20 feet apart from somebody else and it's a private workspace and they're not coming in contact, can they unmask at that point? And then if they get up to move around and go to the bathroom or whatever, can they mask when they go to move about? So that's kind of how things had been in the past, where if people were, in their own little area, they were allowed to kind of take it down for a bit. And this policy really just doesn't go into the same degree of detail that some of the past guidance documents had. On a lot of the past guidance documents, they were very industry specific. They took different things into consideration with different industries, and they provided specific guidance. Weddings, for example, during ceremonial dances, people were able to unmask to allow for the bride and groom to be able to have dances with parents or their first dance together. Those types of things really aren't addressed in this document. And even at, restaurants and in eateries, the way it reads right now is unless you are actively eating or drinking, even sitting at a table under the current mandate, you're supposed to be wearing a mask. So it's actually quite a bit more restrictive than anything before. And we're certainly seeing some challenges like with, 911 dispatchers having a mask on can actually muffle and hinder communications on a radio for emergency transmissions and things of that nature. So we're trying to get some determinations from the state still on if there are conditions under which either a person could unmask, if there was a reasonable separation between them and others, or if we could go to like a face shield as opposed to a mask in an instance such as that, along with the other partitions that separate people. So we're really, this is fresh right now. It just went into place yesterday. It got rolled out at 3 o'clock on a Friday. We had the weekend and nobody to really talk to try and get some of the answers on it. So we're trying to be as patient and reasonable as possible. And we ask that everybody else do the same thing. This is very new. It's obviously motivated out of safety, right? We see an increased spread. Our most recent numbers in the town of Southampton suggest that we're up to about 29 new positives a day. We were down to 8 or 9 a month and a half or so ago, 2 months ago. So to be up at 29 a day, that's a sizable increase. It's not where we were necessarily at the height of the pandemic, but it's not going in a direction that we want to be going. We're not as high as a lot of other places. I wouldn't say we're the hotbed of spread in the county of Suffolk or anything like that, but this is not a positive trend. It's not where we want to be going. We want to see those numbers going down. As people start to implement the masking mandate at businesses and public spaces, town halls and stuff like that. This is indoors. So obviously the same way we have throughout the pandemic, we encourage people to take advantage of our wonderful parks and beaches and outdoor spaces. Get out there. You don't have to wear a mask at those locations. Go and enjoy the outdoor environment. But this is indoors. And as people start to roll this out in their different facilities, we really encourage everyone to be patient. You may not want to wear a mask around. I don't think any of us really want to wear a mask around at this point. We're 2 years into the pandemic now. We know it's not the most comfortable thing in the world, but if you got to go into a place and you need to wear a mask, put the mask on for 5 minutes, run in, do what you need to do, get back out. Don't fight with the people. This is not a policy that they're creating for their own establishment or that we've created just for town hall. This is handed down from the state, and we're trying to follow this mandate as best as we can, as reasonably as we can. And we just need everybody to kind of, go along with it, be patient, and we're gonna work through this together and make sure that, it happens. And hopefully we'll be out of the masking mandate sooner than later. As far as enforcement goes on it, within our town facilities, we are definitely mandating that people wear a mask when they come in from the public, okay? In the outside world, private establishments, the charge for enforcement has been placed on the local Department of Health, which would be the County Department of Health, under the state order. Okay, the State Department of Health order charges the local county or local Department of Health with enforcement of the order. Whether or not the county department of health is going to be out there actively checking places out or not. I cannot speak to that. We all know that earlier in the pandemic, under some of the other industry guidance, they were visiting establishments. The state was visiting restaurants and bars and things of that nature to make sure that people were following the rules. I think we have to go into this doing the right thing, behaving appropriately, and assuming that this mandate will be enforced and following the rules accordingly until we find out that there's any kind of changes to it. So there are still some questions is basically where we're at right now. There is a mandate out there. We have linked to it and put up the FAQs on our social media and town website. I think the FAQs are actually a lot easier to read and try and answer some of the questions associated with the mandate. So if anybody wants to check those out, they are linked on our town webpage and social media. But there are still some questions out there. Please be patient as we continue to allow this to kind of unfold and work out the kinks of it over the next few days or so.
All right, thank you, Ryan. So, yeah, please keep us posted, any of these changes. All right, anybody have any questions for Ryan, our COVID coordinator and public safety coordinator? All right.
I do, Ryan, just one quick question on testing. There have been some small outbreaks and people are asking about testing. It's a little more difficult to get a COVID test. They don't really trust the at-home test. Is there any chance the town will set up the unit in Red Creek again?
We could talk to the hospital about that. That testing site at Red Creek Park was a cooperation between the town and Southampton Hospital. They're still actively, testing at the hospital near the parish building. I haven't had that conversation about reestablishing the Red Creek site. We can talk to them and see what the capabilities are on that. The only downside to it, the accessibility thing is an upside. Obviously, it gives another site location that people can go to. The downside is they're still using their staff, so it's just kind of splitting their operation, and they have to send people out of the hospital over to the other site. So we can have that conversation and see what feasibility it would be to try and get that site back up and going, if it's at all possible.
Great, thank you, Ryan.
You got it.
Anyone else for Ryan? All right, excellent. Okay, so thank you, Ryan. We're going to move along. First order of business is the minutes from the regular town board meeting of November 23rd, 2021. I'll make a motion to approve those minutes.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, it's unanimous. Minutes are approved. All right, next I'd like to ask our clerk to read the communications. Sunday?
The following communications have been received in my office of the town clerk. We have received public notices from the New York State Department of Public Service regarding annual winter outreach and education campaign and low-income household water assistance program. Town of East Hampton public hearing notice, Town of Riverhead comprehensive plan update, and a public hearing notice from their planning department. Town of Southold public hearing notices. Village of Sagaponack, a notice of adoption. Village of Southampton public hearing notice. Financial disclosure statements were filed by the listed individuals, and letters, emails, and land use applications have been received regarding the following. Planning board matter of a proposed Verizon Tower, Sag Harbor Village. Zoning Board of Appeals hearing, Atlantic Golf Club on Scuttle Hole Road, Bridgehampton on December 16th, 2021 at 6 p.m. Bid openings took place for the maintenance, install, repair of water mains and hydrants on December 1st. Printing of ticket pads and envelopes. I don't know if I can.
Aqueous.
Aqueous.
Thank you. Water main crossing, Shinnecock Canal and Ponquag Bridge all took place on December 1st. On December 2nd, the RFP operation of boat provisions shop and fuel station at Conscience Point. No proposals were submitted for that. The following report was filed from the town comptroller for the November 2021 monthly financial report. And that concludes the communications for this meeting's agenda.
All right, thank you. All right, before we go to public hearings, can we add 2 resolutions onto our agenda? Resolution 39064, which is warrant number 23, and ID 39070, which is 2022 notice to proposers for South Fork Commuter Connection Intermodal Transportation Services. So I'll make a motion to walk those two resolutions on. Do I have a second? Second by Councilman Schiavone. This requires 4 out of 5. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Looks like 5 out of 5 to me. All right, so we'll take those up later on. All right, so we're going to move to public hearings. If you are watching and you wish to speak at a particular public hearing, you can click the raise hand icon on your Zoom screen, and that will let Charles, who's administrating the meeting, know, and then we'll be able to bring you on to comment at that specific public hearing. Public hearings, and we have quite a number, there's 13. They'll be followed by public portion. In public portion, you can speak on any topic, but during the public hearing, only the topic that the hearing is the subject of. So, all right, without further ado, I'll turn back to our clerk, Cindy Schermeyer, to read the first public hearing notice.
Public hearing number 1 on the acquisition of the lands of the Burden, Kathleen J. Krempler and Robert E. Burden as co-trustees and Robert E. Burden as sole trustee, and to amend the Community Preservation Project Plan and the CPF Management and Stewardship Plan.
All right, now, I would think that Lisa Combrink would be introducing this. So Charles, do we have Lisa out there?
Yep, she's coming in.
All right, excellent.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Charles. Good afternoon, Mr. Supervisor, members of the town board, town clerk, and town attorney. Our first public hearing today is for what we refer to as the Burden property. It's 2 parcels at the entrance to the hamlet of Watermill. The first is at 15 Old Country Road, and that is held by Kathleen J. Krempler and Robert E. Burden as co-trustees. That is, and then the next is 17 Old Country Road, which is the adjacent property, and that's held by Robert E. Burden as trustee. The first property is 1.67 acres. The second is 4.3 acres for a total of 5.97. And I'm going to show those properties on the screen so everybody can see them. Hold on. Oh, sorry, that's the wrong property. Apologize. Here we go. Okay. Can everybody see that now?
Yep.
Okay, great. So the 2 properties, as I mentioned, are 5.97 acres in the R40 zone. There's Suffolk County tax map numbers 900, 114, 244, and 114, 214.
Lisa, I don't see that.
Yeah, I don't see that number.
We have lot 32 up, please. It looks like it's a property.
I'm sorry. Okay, hold on. Okay, you should be able. Hold on now. Did I lose them completely? Here we go. Apologize.
No
Okay,
problem.
can everybody see that?
There it is.
Okay.
That's
all right.
it.
I apologize. So
Enjoy
the
technology.
larger of the 2 lots is in the CPF project plan in the wetlands preservation target area. The second lot to the north is not in the project plan. So under this public hearing, if the acquisition is approved, the second smaller piece would be added to the project plan. These pieces are very familiar to, I think, everyone who is headed east on Montauk Highway. They are right past Settlers Field, the triangle piece that's shown on the aerial. They're the next very large property, which unfortunately is hidden by a dilapidated stockade fence. As part of this acquisition under the contract of sale, if this is approved, All the improvements on the 2 lots will be demolished by the owners, and the fence will be removed prior to closing. Once the acquisition is complete, then we will begin the planning process in earnest for creating a very lovely park on this property, which will provide access on Mill Creek for kayaks and things like that. So very excited about this acquisition. It really is the entrance to Watermill and all points east in the town of Southampton on the north side of Montauk Highway. The purchase price for both lots is $5.8 million.
Lisa, as part of a park plan here, are we going to open up the view shed as you're driving down Route 27? Because right now there's a wood fence that blocks it, but then there's quite a bit of vegetation, even if the fence was missing, that you wouldn't get to really enjoy that vista that you potentially could have if you remove a little bit of the vegetation.
Yes, I understand, and that's an excellent question. We will be planning to remove certain parts of the vegetation that's going to require some regulatory approvals, but we hope to be working with a landscape architect and with our stewardship staff to identify, what would be appropriate trees that are volunteers, I guess we'd call them, and other invasive species on the property, so that when you're driving into Watermill, you will be able to see across the property the really beautiful views to Mill Creek.
Are any of the buildings suitable, particularly the one to the north, for a comfort station? If we're going to create a park here, might it make sense to have a facility for people, comfort station and maybe some storage?
It will make sense to have a comfort station on the property. We did make an inspection of the house to the north, and I don't believe that would be appropriate to maintain on the property. I think we would be better off installing a new IA system on the property and building a small, discrete comfort station going forward.
Okay. And is there a plan to remove the section of road that goes between the triangular park piece that we currently own and this piece, should we acquire it?
That is definitely under consideration. And I think it's hoped that the 3 properties could be joined. We have to address the property that's the furthest to the north. There's a little triangular piece of property that does have a house on it. I think it has separate access, but there would be some logistics to work out, but I think it definitely makes sense to combine those 3 properties and really make a beautiful park that everyone could enjoy. And we could feature different types of native vegetation, have benches to look out, walks throughout the property. It would really be beautiful coming into Watermill. I think it would really be a nice asset to our CPF holdings.
And this is very walkable from downtown Watermill.
Yes, there are sidewalks, and as I'm sure you all know, it's a very popular fishing spot just a little further east from this property.
Right. I don't have any further questions. Board members, anybody have any questions for Ms. Combrink?
Yeah, I have a question. I know that we want to open up the view shed, but I'm concerned that we're going to be taking down vegetation to then replant more vegetation. Are we going to take a close look at that and leave whatever as much as possible and, not take down too much stuff?
Well, I think, we want to do it in a comprehensive way and also make sure that the shoreline along the creek is that as much natural vegetation remains there that is not invasive. And if we do need to do some replanting there, I think we may try to do that. As far as the rest of the property, I think that's why we would like to work with a landscape architect so that we could really identify, looking at the property as a whole, what are the, which trees would it make sense to take down? Clearly we're not going to strip the whole property, because we want it to really be attractive and to make sense in terms of the overall plan for the property.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Other questions?
Not a question, more like a comment. I'm glad to see these pieces going back into the public use. That triangular piece was once a baseball field for the children of Watermill. So I think this could be one of the nicest parks on the east end of Long Island.
I think Carl Yastrzemski used to play on that field. So I'm told.
Probably. He grew up right down the road.
Yeah. All right. So, all right, let's go to the public. Again, if you wish to be heard on just this one public hearing on the possible acquisition of the Burden properties, as you can see them on your screen, now is your time. Each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes, but you have to let us know you want to be heard. And Charles will bring you in. So Charles, are you seeing any, has anybody clicked the raise hand?
Yeah, I have Steve Abramson who wants to speak.
Excellent. All right. So let's get this party started here. Bring him in.
He's in. You got to put your video on, Steve.
And why don't we maybe, do we need to keep sharing the screen?
I can take it down. All right.
Why don't you take it down unless the speaker asks for it?
Okay, got it.
So Steve, you're on mute. If you could unmute now.
How's that? Can you hear me now?
We can.
Swell. I'm sitting here with Tim Marin, and I'd like to read a few short remarks on behalf of the Watermill Citizens Advisory Committee with regard to this purchase. The essence of this acquisition goes beyond the CPF imperative to retain open space. The purchase of this 7 acres property adjacent to the 1.5 acres of open space Settlers Field on Route 27 will create both an extraordinary scenic gateway to the east end of the town and a large recreational park with 944 feet of waterfront on Mill Creek that joins Mill Pond and Mecox Bay. The joined 9 acres, including the reclaimed road that now divides the 2 properties, will be known as Mill Creek Park and have a 1/3 mile walking track and canoe passage into Mecox Bay. The park will be within walking distance to the Parish Art Museum and will provide an additional enjoyable way for families to spend a full recreational day in the East End. It is a rare thing for the CPF to be used to create a public park, let alone a unique public waterfront park with over 1/4 mile vista along Highway 27. Drivers in both directions to Watermill will enjoy a panorama of the natural beauty embodied in our bountiful waters and landscapes. This purchase will also protect sensitive waters from pollution that would have been unavoidable were the property to have been developed instead. On behalf of Watermill Citizens Advisory Committee, we would like to commend the CPF and Town Board for their foresight in seizing the opportunity to create Mill Creek Park. We would also like to thank, and sitting here to embarrass him a little bit more, Tim Marin, who is an ex-Watermill resident, but now a resident of Southampton Village, for bringing this concept to our attention in the first place, and for his advocacy and support of the park within the community at large. Thank you. Thank you all for what you're doing.
All right. Thank you, Steve. All right. Do we have anyone else who wishes to be heard?
I have no other hands.
Okay. I will make a motion to close public portion,
Second.
seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Steve. You don't need to stay on here.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tim.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yes.
Good to see
Happy
you.
holidays, everyone.
Same to you. All right, we will move on to the second public hearing notice. Madam Clerk, would you please read it?
Public hearing number 2, to consider the acquisition of lands of Dorothea Marshios and amend the CPF management stewardship plan to include the property.
All right, and we will bring back our CPF program manager. If you could allow, oh, Lisa is there. Okay,
I'm
perfect.
here. All right. Thank you very much. The second public hearing is to consider the acquisition of the property of Marriott. I'm going to bring up the aerial for this property so everybody can see it. It's outlined in yellow. It is at 17 Bayview Road in Remsenburg, Suffolk County Tax Map number 900, 381, 132. It's 0.26 acres in the R40 zone. It is included in our CPF project plan under the wetlands target area. And as you can see from the aerial, it is in the vicinity of quite a few other Southampton town preserve properties. And it is also fronts on this little inlet here, a little creek. And the purchase price for this piece is $80,000.
All right, 80,000 you said?
880, yes.
Is it a developable piece?
I'd have to go back and look at the appraisal to see whether a very small building envelope could be put on this property. If so, I think it would be very close to the road. But as you can see, it has very low value, so it's probably.
Probably the value is more to the adjacent landowner. So
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
it has a lot of wetlands on it, and this is where the yacht squadron is south. Below the picture goes out to Mauritius Bay, so it's prone to flooding, that little road end.
yeah, it's probably more residual value to the adjacent.
Right.
Yeah, I would agree.
Beautiful area, beautiful piece.
It's basically, it's a quarter acre for 80 grand.
It's, yes, a quarter acre, 0.26 acres.
All right. Anybody have any questions for Lisa? Let's go to the public. Charles, is there anyone who's clicked the raise hand icon?
There are no hands.
All right, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. That is closed as well. We'll move on to the third public hearing. Sunday.
Public hearing number 3 on the acquisition of land of Michael S. Aronoff, Flanders, and amend the CPF management stewardship plan to include.
All right, thank you. And Lisa, would you introduce us?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Supervisor. The property, the Aronoff property is located at 32 Huntington Lane in Flanders. I'm going to pull up the aerial so that we can all see it. Everybody see that?
Yes.
Okay, good. So this is Suffolk County Tax Map number 900-1461, 14.2. This is 1.03 acres in the R40 zone. It is included in the CPF project plan also under the wetlands target area. And as you can see, there are other preserved properties that are in the vicinity, and we have been increasing our holdings in this area over time. So this piece was offered to us by the owner. They were also the owner of the piece that is to the northeast of it and sold that, but were interested in seeing this second piece of theirs preserved. The purchase price for this parcel is $280,000.
Anybody have any questions? How big is it again, Lisa?
280,000.
No, how large is the property?
Oh, I'm sorry, 1.03 acres.
Okay. All right, now let's go to the public. Is there anyone, Charles, who is indicating that they wish to speak at this hearing?
There are no hands.
If you wish to be heard, please click the raise hand icon. All right, still none?
Still none.
All right, I'll make a motion to close this public hearing.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Right,
Thank you very much.
the hearing is closed. All right,
Thank
thank you, Lisa. Is that all you have, Lisa?
Yes, it is.
All right, excellent. We move on to the fourth public hearing. Cindy?
Public hearing number 4, to consider amending Town Code Chapter 123, building construction as it relates to effective period of building permits.
All right, and we have Janice Shearer, who is our Land Planning and Development Administrator, and she will present.
Good afternoon, Mr. Supervisor, members of the board. This amendment, as you know, we have a larger effort going on to roll out our e-permit system in the building department, which is very exciting, and we hope to get that underway in the new year. And as part of that, we are looking at, automating the whole process behind a building permit, so that when it expires, the computer understands extensions. It doesn't understand this concept of renewal. So this code that you're looking at now, it would allow an additional period of time that a building permit is valid. Right now, it's only 12 months, and people tend to have a lot of issues with that time frame. And then they only have 2-3-month extensions, and then it expires. So they have to start all over anyway. Here, we're proposing that the building permit is effective for 24 months, which gives everybody an extra year. And then you can ask for extensions, obviously paying the fee, but you can ask for up to 4 more extensions. So you effectively have 4 years to build what you're building without having to start all over. But if you don't, then you would have to start over and submit a new application. So we think it's very fair. Also, as a point of issue, if the law is passed, that means everyone who has a current building permit in this cycle will get an additional year just automatically added on. So there's not like, well, I didn't get this benefit or not. Anybody from this past year will get the benefit of the extra year just added on to the permit they've already paid for.
Okay.
So yeah, if you have any questions, I'm here. Jim also helped work on this with Kelly Doyle. And we are very much interested in just streamlining the process and allowing for, someone to be able to get through the process without keep coming up against all these expirations. So thank you.
So it's typically taking more than a year from the time you get the building permit to the time the project's complete?
It's true. It does. It takes a long time. Not always, but it's just more stress for someone who's finally got all their ducks in a row to expire. And then they come back in and, they want to line everybody up and get out there. And especially with the supply chain and other issues going on with labor, we don't want to hold people up and want them to be able to finish. So yeah, that's really why it's not enough time, 12 months.
Okay.
And I would want to add that it's integral to the, as Janice had said, to our e-permitting system.
Right, because this renewal situation, the computer doesn't understand renewal. It understands like a set point and thing, expires. And so part of it is just the background of the logic of automating this. Thanks, John.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Sure.
All right. Well,
I do have a question for you, Janice. I think this is a great idea and I understand the whole e-permitting process and all that stuff. And I'm glad we're getting there because everybody knows that there's a log jam somewhere and people I think are going to be very relieved when things start flowing better. But I have a question. So about 20 years ago, I was building a garage. And it took us probably 7 years because we would work on it a little bit and then we wouldn't. And ours was a little project in our backyard, but you see some of these big, huge projects that go on for years and years. After somebody gets through the permit and then the couple extensions, and they're still not done, do you guys then take a closer look at it and say, okay, you know, it's been 12 years now and you're still not even done yet?
Yes, and that's why it has to expire, because as you later in the agenda, we have new codes happening all the time and stretch codes and different energy efficiencies, et cetera. So if it's taking you 10 years to construct something, you know, you're going to run out of time after 4 years and you're going to have to resubmit your plans and look at it under whatever code of the day it is at that point. So it's also a protection for, you know, not dragging, a bit of an incentive also to not drag it out, because you know, you may have the benefit of having an older code, but that doesn't really do much for us for energy efficiency and other things by letting it lag on. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Janice, how does this affect the applicant who pulls a permit, starts building, and then decides they want, I don't know, a garage or a porch or something, and they need to alter the permit? Do they need to then go in for another permit, or can they amend the current permit?
Oh, they can amend it still. Yeah. Yeah. It's the current permit could be amended unless it's so different. Like you came in and applied for a 2,000 square foot house and then now you're building a 10,000 square foot house. That would be not an amendment. We would have to require a new application. But if it's something simple, like you're adding something on or taking something off, that will still have that amendment opportunity.
And how does that affect the timing? Does that
Still have
amend?
4 years, whether you have an amendment or not.
It doesn't reset, I guess is my question, right? Okay.
No, not the way it's currently written. I don't know if you want to propose something different, but right now it's
No,
just.
I'd rather not do that because then people reset their time.
Yeah,
And we
Part
get
of
the
it is also
situation that-
protecting neighborhoods from not having to see, you know, some people have complained to us, you know, this house is being built for like 10 years already. Like, when's it going to be over? And we've all heard that. So we want to be sure that people complete their projects also. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none, we'll go to the public. If you wish to be heard at this public hearing number 4, please click the raise hand icon at the bottom of your screen.
There are no hands.
All right, I'll wait one more moment.
Still no hands.
Janice, are you anticipating a negative budgetary impact? Because we normally, if it takes 2 years to finish a project, you'd be paying for the building permit plus the renewal, and now you will no longer have to pay for the renewal?
It's a $150 extension fee, which is a lot more than the renewal. The renewal was $25, and we've had people renewing plans from like the 90s. So you would have to pay for those 4 additional extensions. So if anything, it's revenue positive.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Sure.
All right. All right, still no hands, right, Charles?
Still no hands.
All right, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, the public hearing is closed. We move on to the 5th public hearing, Cindy.
Public hearing number 5. To consider amending chapter 123, building construction, article 5, energy conservation, to modify the HERBS rating standards and incorporate New York Stretch Energy Code 2020 into the town code.
All right, is Michelangelo Lieberman introducing this? It looks like.
Yes. Yep.
Michelangelo?
Good afternoon, Supervisor Shinerman and Town Board. So we reviewed this last public hearing. We kept the hearing open. I also have with us Andrew Mannett, Neil Lewis, and Margot Thompson, who are all subcontracted from NYSERDA to advise municipalities on the adoption of stretch code. So we've made a few minor amendments, which I believe I sent to you in a memo regarding some of the language that was proposed by the state. They had introduced new language. They wanted to ensure that there was no confusion between New York stretch code and the ECC New York State code, and they wanted to make sure that people understood it was a supplement to that. So we tweaked the language where appropriate to reflect that. We've also spoke to some of the stakeholders, builders, FERS raters, to get additional feedback. Generally, there's a lot of support for this. Some concern is with regards to confusion between an update to the ECC. So let's say the 2021 ECC, and how a builder or developer or whomever would know between if the New York stretch code is the more relevant code or the new New York State building code. And the consensus is that we don't know what that looks like, so we can't speak to that, but we could say that in the case when the New York stretch code is more stringent because it's energy conservation, in this case, that would be the higher bar and one would have to meet that. If the ECC is more stringent, then that would take effect. And then again, we might be revisiting another New York stretch code or something else. This is something that we've done over the years with HERS, where the standard energy conservation code, building code, up their game when we were ahead of them. And then once they upped it, so did we. This is something we've done over the past 10, 12 years. I think the last time we did was in 2018. Andrew's here to also comment on that, or hopefully I summarized it well. Andrew, you're welcome to chime in.
Well, Michelangelo, before Andrew speaks, so we had already held a public hearing on this. This is the second one.
Correct.
And you mentioned something about changing the language. And I just want to make sure that we went to hearing on the proposed law in its final form.
So this is the law before you is in the final form. We put it on your desk 10 days prior. Janice, you're welcome to also.
Yeah, that's just why Mike's trying to bring up the issues, because the hearing is obviously still open. So if you discuss it on the record and have it in final form 10 days prior to adoption, then you should be okay without having to renotice. And I don't think any of the changes were substantial in any way that would change the nature of what's happening. It was just more technical language that to satisfy the state, to make sure everything was covered, more so than any additional standards being imposed.
Correct.
So in terms of being able to adopt this, do we still have to let it mature, Jim? Do we have to wait 10 days then?
Yes.
Because those changes were made to it?
Yeah. Is it, well, do we have, yeah. Do we
Probably
have
I
a proposal?
think there's a resolution to adopt in the packet. So that won't be, we won't, even if we close it, the hearing today, we won't be able to adopt it today, right? We have to wait that period.
Yeah, we could adopt it at the next town board meeting.
Okay.
Can we adopt it now, Jim? We do have somewhat of a deadline. I mean, we characterize these changes I characterize them sort of housekeeping to keep up with state regs, state language. But we do have a deadline for grant monies that we need to close this before the end of the year. So I don't know, Michael, does that give us time if we close at the next town board meeting?
We can close and adopt on the 28th. Right?
We could adopt it on the 28th rather than today.
So while we've been in this process, the state actually extended it to June. This is something that just came out recently. So there's less of an impetus, but we should obviously still pass it. The money will dry up. It's based first come, first serve for the allocation.
All right, so let's do that, and then we'll put it on for adoption on the 28th, but
Yeah, I'd rather get it right. I mean, the 50,000 is nice, but it's, I want to make sure that we've followed the proper notice procedures.
yeah, I just want to make sure that we have access to the funding that's part of what we've included in our future planning. Janice, do you agree?
Yes, I agree. I mean, the sooner the better. So the way we went about it was that the record's been open, the changes are de minimis, and we've notated the changes to the board in a memo that you've had for over 10 days now and discussed here on the record. So I'm not sure that you'd be in any jeopardy to adopt it, but if you'd like to wait, that's the board's pleasure. That's up to you.
If it's de minimis, then we probably could adopt it today.
Well, that's what I was,
yeah.
because that's how I read it. I don't know if you guys have all, obviously you've all looked at it, but Jim was saying that we needed to wait, so I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, I mean, I'd also agree. I mean, I don't really, if Janice as the head of planning feels that these changes were de minimis, I would concur with her on that. That's our call. And then if it is de minimis, then I believe we could move forward if you wanted to, or we could wait. If there's no sense of urgency, we can wait till the next meeting. That's
yeah, whatever you want to do.
I think I saw Kathleen ask to come in, so maybe she's coming in to drop a word about this.
Can you let Kathleen Murray in,
She's coming.
Deputy Town Attorney?
Yep.
I hear something.
She's coming.
There she comes.
Hi, board members.
Hey,
How are you? Actually, I was coming in for my public hearing, but I'm happy to weigh in on this if you'd like.
Sorry.
Sure.
Did you have substantive changes, or are they changes that can be circulated and laid on the desk?
they've been
Yes, and they were.
circulated. We've already seen them. They're characterized as de minimis. And we are up against a deadline for grant money that's associated with it. Although there's been an extension, it's a first come, first served kind of thing. So unless there's a really legal reason why we can't vote on it today, I'd like to be able to do that to make sure that we can get those funds.
Were those changes to the law, I know that they were circulated to the board, but were they made part of the public record? Would the public have known about those changes with 10 days notice?
I believe Michelangelo circulated those changes. Is that correct, Michael?
I circulated with the town board.
And the town
CC
clerk's
the
office, so correct?
I did CC the clerk, yes.
Yeah, so that's the note, that's the requisite notice that the public would need, is the filing of those changes with the town clerk's office.
Okay.
So Sunday, then you published that 10 days ago?
I'm not at my files, but I can certainly confirm that if you give me a moment.
Okay. So meanwhile, while we check that, because that may determine whether we can adopt it today or not, but it doesn't sound like it's critical whether it's today or not. And maybe,
Well, just Supervisor, I would just stress that the only reason I'm concerned about it is that we do have funding that's critical to other projects that we're involved in. So I just want to make sure that we can legally do that. But bear in mind, there is somewhat of a deadline here about funding.
I'm comfortable if Janice says it's de minimis changes. I'm comfortable with moving ahead if the board wants it. If it's not a super urgent, if we can do it on the 28th as a kind of belt and suspenders. But if you really feel like you need to move forward today, I would feel comfortable based on what Janice has said.
okay. Yeah, I'm not too worried about it either. So
It wouldn't change the nature of the notice that people are here in the hearing for. So the changes were minimal within the law itself, and the nature of the actual published advertisement for this hearing would not change from, so anyone who's here to speak on that, would still be noticed. Nothing would require a new notice, but it, like Jim said, it's up to you, whatever you want to do.
All right.
And we have a date stamped filing of December 3rd in my office.
Okay,
Okay, then you're good.
then that's it. Thank you, Sunday.
That's good. So Michelangelo, did you want to bring in Andrew? Is that what you were saying before?
Well, he's here Andrew, you don't have to be muted. You can unmute yourself. Andrew's here to answer any questions of the board. And so is Margot. They've been a part of this process. They've helped me draft this code with Janice to make sure that we would satisfy NYSERDA's grant process, as well as make sure it weaved into our energy conservation code, which was a difficult feat to do. And I thank Andrew. I couldn't have done it without him.
And do we, from our side, in the building department, have the expertise now to review the plans to make sure they're in conformance with one or the other, whichever is more stringent?
So this would still fall upon a HERS rater or someone we've deemed of that level to review it. It's similar to the way we do it currently, where a HERS rater gives a check that it meets the HERS rating. So now they would give a check for prescriptive or the other passive compliance or for a commercial building. So there should be no unnecessary burden to the building department.
So we don't certify it, they certify it.
Correct.
Yes.
That being said, NYSERDA is providing training to building staff, and I believe several of our building inspectors have already attended, which I think there probably is more scheduled. Margot, you might want to speak to that.
The training schedule on the stretch code has not been set definitively yet, but it will be. It's in the works.
All right, why don't we go to the public and see if there's anyone who wishes to comment on this. So if you are listening, you need to click the raise hand icon, typically
Tip
found
rolling.
at the bottom of your screen. So we do have one raised hand so far, and
Tip and Dieter.
all right, we have two. So anyone who wishes to be heard, please click that raise hand icon and we will get to you. We're going to start with, I think, Tip Roland. We'll bring Tip in.
Good afternoon. My name is Tip Roland. I'm a resident of Watermill and a member of the Sustainability Advisory Committee. I wanted to register support for the adoption of the New York State Stretch Code by the town. This will help us reach our goal of carbon neutrality by reducing emissions caused by new construction and substantial renovations. However, we need to keep in mind that probably the largest portion of our carbon emissions come from existing commercial and residential structures. So we will need to address those also in the future, as I'm sure Janice and Michelangelo thoroughly understand. Thank you.
Thank you, Tip.
Thank you, Tip.
All right. Next is Peter van Lichten. You need to unmute. All right, he's unmuting.
Am I on?
Yes. Put your video on. There you go.
There it is.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Supervisor and town board members. I'm a resident of Southampton and co-chairing the Sustainability Committee. And I'd like to back up all what has been said positively about these new stretch code things. It is certainly another important step in the right direction for our neutrality, energy neutrality, CO2 neutrality. And to get this carbon neutrality, we really need this thing. I know there's many more of these type of codes in the offing, but we are changing with the time and we're always staying a little bit of ahead. So that's Southampton. And in coordinating with the New York State Uniform and Energy Codes, we are right up there with all other municipalities. It's a very, very important step to take. I strongly recommend to the board to adopt. Thank you.
Thank you, Dieter.
Thanks, Peter.
All right, any other individuals with the raise hand icon checked?
I see no other hands.
All right, and we've held 2 public hearings on this, so I think it's time for us to close the public hearing. I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
I'll second that.
All right, seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Public hearing number 6, to consider the grant of a conservation easement in connection with an application to build 1 Albert Avenue, North Sea.
All right, thank you, Sunday. I think Deputy Town Attorney Kathleen Murray is here to introduce this.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. Good afternoon, members of the town board. For your consideration is the acceptance of a conservation easement in connection with an application to build for 1 Albert Avenue in the hamlet of North Sea. And I'm just going to share my screen if that's okay. Can you see that, board members?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Specifically, the lot is identified on the Suffolk County tax map as number 900-78.1-2-12.2 and is approximately 222,925 square feet in lot area, or about 5.11 acres. Because this lot is located in the CR 200 zoning district, it is a conforming lot with respect to size. This lot is part of an old file map known as the Map of Peconic Shores Development Map A, map number 108, filed on December 5th, 1928. This old file map was initially approved by the Planning Board on July 8th, 2010, and this applicant has recently sought an application to build on this lot. The Planning Board reviewed the application to build on, since it was in an old file map, and has no objection to the issuance of building permits pursuant to resolution number 238 of 2021, which was adopted on August 12, 2021, subject to several conditions. One such condition is the dedication of a 100-foot conservation easement along the northern parcel, which is right here, allowing for 2 utility lines, but with no access or ingress or egress from these lines to Great Hill Road. The access will be along Albert Avenue. The easement area is approximately 33,000 square feet, or about 0.75 acres. If the board is so inclined, there is a resolution on the agenda later today authorizing the acceptance of this conservation easement. Does the board have any questions?
All right, any questions for Kathleen? All right, I don't think there were any for you, Kathleen. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, is there anyone from the public who wishes to be heard at this hearing to consider the grant of a conservation easement at 1 Albert Avenue,
There are no hands.
North Sea? All right, I will make a motion to close the hearing. Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, the hearing is closed. Thank you, Kathleen. We will move on to public hearing number 7. Sunday?
Public hearing number 7, to accept a deed of residual fee from Paul and Laura Calmita for property to be maintained as open space located at North Sea pursuant to Southampton Town Code 244-4, obtaining a development rights certificate, and 247 General Municipal Law of the State of New York.
All right, thank you, Sunday. All right, to introduce this, let's bring in, he's here, David Wilcox, our planning director. David?
Good afternoon, Mr. Supervisor and Town Board. I'm going to share my screen.
We see it.
You see it, good, okay. So this is our a development right application, and the subject property is located, you can see on this key map, that's located at the intersection of Kennedy Drive and Harrison Avenue at North Sea. It's also east of North Sea Road and south of Noyak Road, south of the North Sea Community House, and also south of the North Sea Fire Department ball fields, which you can see right here. The property encompasses abandoned portions of Harrison Avenue, which is an old file map road, and the adjacent old file map lots. The property has been designated by the planning board as an old file map development rights sending property, which means it cannot be developed under our old file map regulations and can only be used to send the development rights. On the close-up map, we see the property shown in the black cross-hatching, which is everything here, is owned by Paul and Laura Calamita. It consists of 0.69 acres or 29,957 square feet. It's proposed to be deeded to the town entirely as open space in connection with the issuance of development rights. The town has already issued 0.4375 development rights on a 17,000 square foot portion of the property, which is outlined in black. That's this square block right here. Before they had abandoned the road area, they gave the town an easement on this black area here and received development rights amounting to 0.4375. They have since abandoned these roads and are now proposing to deed not only the roads in this triangle here, but they're also going to deed this land to us that they had already given us a conservation easement on. So as I said, this parcel here, the abandoned road and this triangle amount to 12,475.43 square feet and is entitled to additional development rights of 0.3114357 rights, which would be issued by the town pending the acceptance of the deed of dedication for a deed on the entire properties here. Just to give you a sense for what's around it, everything in yellow and green is already owned by the town or the county. We have large holdings here of town land, wetlands here. We have old file map lots here that the county owns. And the town actually owns the old file map just to this lot, just to the south of the pending property. And these two properties to the north are on the CPF acquisition list. So this is clearly in an area that we're trying to preserve. There are wetlands here and they are old file map lots that don't meet development standards. So that is it on this proposal.
All right, questions? No questions? All right. So there was a portion of this, David, that they had already granted a conservation easement and they were given development rights for that portion already?
That's correct. Let me go back to the screen. I'm sorry.
So they now would be giving us the fee to that, but not getting any additional development rights in exchange for that.
That's correct. This
They
area
already-
here will
Yeah.
not get additional development rights. We already gave them development rights for this.
All right, so they're only getting development rights on that little small triangle and that other piece.
That's correct.
In that new piece that they're getting development rights, it looks like it's the former road. So they've already done a full abandonment on that road.
Yes, they have. It's been filed with the county and they have fee title to this road now.
All right, so that was split down to the midline and one went to the property to the right, one went to the property to the left.
That's correct. The Calamitas own this property here, so they were able to abandon to the center line of the road abutting their property. They don't own this property here, so they could not abandon this half. They own this property here, so that's why they were able to abandon the full width of the road between the two properties that they own.
Okay. So it's a little bit odd to abandon a road and then get development rights for property that wasn't formerly yours, but once they do the abandonment, it is their property.
As long as yes, it's their property and they merge it with an old file map lot. And as long as it's all done simultaneously, we can issue development rights on the abandoned road.
All right, so they abandoned it, took it in as their property, and now are giving it to us.
Correct.
And who owned the paper road? Was it the town or was it the county?
No, paper roads and old file maps typically are private and they're owned to the center line by the abutting property owners. So
now, there's no landlocked parcel, the one just, can you go to the, well, maybe it is that, yeah, maybe the further view, right? Just to the north of that. There's a undeveloped parcel.
yeah, these two properties, but they're not landlocked.
Not that one, but yeah, that one too, but the one across the paper road from that one also appears to need access from that.
Yes, this property right here.
Yeah.
So they still have access over the portion of Harrison Avenue that has not been abandoned. You can see this property here, they abandoned their center line portion also.
Right.
Yeah, we can't landlock properties in the process of abandonment.
So how does that other one have access?
This property right here?
No, the one across the road.
This one right here?
Yeah.
Yeah, they have frontage on Harrison here, and they have access out to this improved road right here.
Right, but that's on the half that doesn't belong to them. So that
As long as it hasn't been abandoned, they have rights. As long as they're in the old file map and it hasn't been abandoned, they have rights to use the full width of the road.
right, but the other guy to the north has half the road as part of his property.
Correct. That's all legal. What could not occur is that this person here, this house, could not abandon their center line, because then they would landlock these two properties. So it's kind of, whoever gets in the door first.
Whoever gets there first. Huh?
Yep.
Yeah.
But this property here and this property still have access out to, don't know what this road is, but they have access to an improved road.
Do we have any idea, Dave, when the abandonment on the top happened, that the one?
I don't.
Yeah. I don't know.
They still apparently have their development rights.
Yeah.
That might actually be a parcel identified as buildable under the old file map laws, as long as they bring in sufficient development rights. So
Why are those properties highlighted on your map?
highlighted what, purple?
Yeah.
Purple are properties that are on the CPF acquisition priority list,
Oh, okay. But they have not been acquired.
but not acquired yet, correct?
Okay. All right. I think I'm done with my questions. Anybody else have any questions? All right. Let's go to the public. Is there anyone who wants to be heard on this? You need to click the raise hand icon on the bottom of your screen. At least it's on the bottom of my screen.
There are no hands.
Going once, twice, 3 times, still no hands? All right, I will make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. The hearing is closed. We'll move on to public hearing number 8. Sunday.
Public hearing number 8, to consider historic landmark designation of the structure known as Laugh-A-Lot, located at 8 Studio Lane, Shinnecock Hills, Suffolk County Tax Map number 900-211-2-30.1.
Who will be introducing this? Dave? You?
Yes.
All right, our planning director, Dave Wilcox, will introduce.
So I've put up on the screen a location map of the property or the building that is the subject of this landmark application. It's highlighted here in yellow. This property is located at 8 Studio Lane in Shinnecock Hills. It's also in an area known as the Art Village. It's just, actually, the property is split by the village of Southampton and the town. This line right here is the village line, but the property that's the subject of this landmark application is within the town. John and Lisa Cowell, the owners of this property at tax map 900-211, block 2, lot 30.1, have submitted an application to the Department of Land Management for historic landmark designation of a cottage structure located on the property commonly called Laugh-A-Lot. Supporting reports reviewed by the Town Landmarks and Historic Districts Board describing the context, history, and qualifying characteristics for landmarking designation included the 2012 Art Village Heritage Area Report that was prepared by former Landmarks Board member Sally Spanberg. Let me scroll to, you can see. These pictures show the current restored condition of the cottage known as Laugh-A-Lot. The Landmarks Board finds that the 2017 relocation of Laugh-A-Lot within the Art Village from its original location at 11 Ochre Lane to its current location at 8 Studio Lane saved the structure worthy of preservation and landmark designation from imminent demolition, and was accomplished also with a variance from the Zoning Board of Appeals to allow this to allow the cottage to be placed on this new property and to be used as I believe, as a third dwelling on the property. And there are provisions under the zoning code that allowed them to do that, provided they got landmark designation for the structure. So this building was originally just almost across the street from 8, from its current location. And they moved it just slightly down the road and across the road onto this property. It was anticipated to be demolished, and this property owner saw the value of preserving this building and landmarking it, and did a very good job on moving the building and preserving it. The Landmarks Board reviewed the application and supporting materials at its meeting on October 19th, 2021. And the Landmarks Board finds that the Laugh-A-Lot cottage meets the following designation criteria for landmarking. Number 1, possesses special character or historic or aesthetic interest of value as part of the cultural, political, economic, or social history of the locality, region, state, or nation by virtue of its connection to the Art Village, which was a community of patrons of the plein air painting movement and the school of William Merritt Chase. Number 2, it is identified with historic personages or is the site of a historic event in the town, state, or nation by virtue of the person of Zella de Milhau, a recognized artist and civic leader. And number 3, the cottage embodies the distinguishing characteristics of an architectural type, period, or style, or contains elements of design, details, materials, or craftsmanship, which represent a significant innovation by virtue of its design and construction in the form of an arts and craft shingle style cottage with hipped roof. The Landmarks Board finds, therefore, that the property is worthy of protection and preservation under the provisions of the town code and recommends landmark designation of the cottage known as Laugh-A-Lot at 8 Studio Lane, Shinnecock Hills. The Planning Board also adopted a resolution on November 18th, 2021 in support of the landmark designation. So this is the restored pictures. And on this page, the next page, we have some historical photographs of the building when it was across the street. And you can see unfortunately, we don't have any pictures of what it looked like just before it was restored, but they did a magnificent job bringing this building back to its historic appearance. And that's it for my presentation for the landmarking.
All right, before we go to other speakers, because I think Wayne Bruin does want to speak, and I see Ed Wisnowski is here. Just 1 or 2 questions. In terms of landmarking, I know this issue has come up in the past with landmark designations. Is it okay to take a historic building and move it to a different location and still landmark it at the new location? There's nothing in the law that prevents us from landmarking a building that's not in its original location?
There is nothing in our code. That's correct. That might be some standards for national landmark designation. But we do not have anything in our local codes that prohibit this.
I know, I guess maybe it's come up with CPF historic, where if it's not in its original location, the CPF funds can't be used to acquire it, or something like that.
Maybe to move it. I think it's the cost of moving. That was an issue that came
No,
up.
it's something else. Can a CPF acquire a property with a historic building that's wasn't traditionally at that site? So we can ask Lisa about that. So in terms of the Cowles, I know it was a condition of the zoning board approval to allow it as a residency, that it had to be landmarked. Is there any other benefit that they get by landmarking this building?
They could apply for facade easement and landmark maintenance funds from the Landmarks Board. They could apply for grants perhaps from state agencies. But that's pretty much it. I would say the maintenance funds through the Landmarks Board is the primary benefit that most of the town landmarks have applied for.
Well, wouldn't the zoning board have already sort of put a facade easement in place if that was a condition of allowing it as an additional residency, that it has to be maintained in its historic state? I would imagine.
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that.
Okay. But in terms of funds for restoration and things like that, or maintaining a historic building, that's something perhaps that they could apply for. Is it visible at all to the public?
You can see it on Montauk Highway. You can see the roof as you drive by on Montauk Highway. I suppose if you were on the street there on Studio Lane, if you were to look down the driveway in front of the main house, you could probably catch a glimpse of the building from Studio Lane, but it's not extremely visible.
Yeah, that's a private road, Studio Lane, so that could be gated. Okay, I'm just wondering whether the zoning board put any conditions in giving them the additional residency. And I remember when they saved this structure, and I think that was a great thing, because it was going to be torn down. But I didn't read the zoning board decision in terms of what promises were made.
Yeah, the applicant's representative is on. Maybe Wayne Bruin could answer that question.
Okay. All right, and I know Ed wants to speak too. So I guess, Ed, I can see you. So maybe we'll take you next and we'll try to get Wayne in.
Okay, I don't know if David can stop sharing his screen.
Sure, yep.
And I can just basically provide for a few additional comments. David took most of my thunder away. So I think I can be fairly brief on this. This project has its foundation back in 2012, when Sally Spanberg did a heritage area report for the Art Village. So here we are 9 years later, highlighting one of the elements of history of the Art Village that stems from that report. She basically had, if I can go, this is the cottage that exists in 2011 that David was referring to, not having a readily available picture. This was done at the time by Sally Spanberg. The cottage itself had been neglected for some time and certainly was in need of restoration at that location. Here's the Art Village outline. This is Montauk Highway at the west end of the village limits of Southampton. This was the original site of the cottage at 11 Ochre Lane, and it was since moved right here at the bottom to 8 Studio Lane in 2016 when a new property owner sought to demolish it in order to build anew at that location. You've already seen this picture. This is from the Southampton Historical Museum, where some of the other historical pictures came from. And you've seen these pictures of the kind of care in restoration. And my thanks go to Susan Sherry Clark and Vicki Kahn, board members who visited the site in October to document its restoration. This is the historic person of Zella de Milhau. Here she is in uniform. She was a very colorful Southampton person. She was born in 1866. And here she is 50 years later in World War I uniform. She was of French ancestry, I should say. She was born in New York City, but her French ancestry led her at the outbreak of World War I to jump on a ship and go to England and France. She spent 2 years there, basically recruiting for the English Army. She was given the rank of lieutenant in the home service of the British government. And she went around the countryside recruiting soldiers for the war effort on the continent in Europe. And she was basically taking some risks when she also later went to France. She came back to the United States in 1917, and she came to Southampton and she raised funds in order to create and drive an ambulance at the front in World War I. And for that service in the battlefield, she was awarded what they call a Croix de Guerre, the highest military award by the French government for her bravery in taking risks serving the wounded soldiers. And here you can see on the side of the ambulance, Gift of Southampton, United States. And she, at the end of the war, she had to leave the ambulance there because there was an embargo on taking vehicles out of the country. I would also just point out that when she came back, she resumed her artist career. Before the war, she was living in a cottage in the Art Village. She had been for many years painting. After the war, she came back and she became an etcher and a sketcher. Her work is in the Smithsonian Museum of American Art, the Library of Congress, New York City museums, Guildhall, Parish, and in the hands of many private owners. Just one other interesting last tidbit about her colorful personality. She was appointed the first female policeman for the village of Southampton. She was officer number 6, and she would ride around on a motorcycle in the 1920s as a village policeman. Eventually, they took, she was 54 or 56. Eventually, they took the motorcycle away from her, and she was put on duty to patrol and to monitor parolees in the village limits. So that's the story of Zella. She has much more fascinating elements. A biography was written about her in 1936. So she is substantially a historic person. Might be that she should be a celebrity, given all of her accomplishments and activities. But in this age of social media, the celebrities come from other directions rather than from historical existence. So with that, I will pass it on, and perhaps Wayne will describe some of the complications that came with trying to get this project done.
All right, before we go to Wayne, any questions for Ed? All right, thank you, Ed. All right, Wayne, let's bring you on.
I'm here.
Okay.
Just for the record, my name is Wayne Bruin, O'Shea Marcintigan Bruin, Southampton, New York. I am represent John and Lisa Cowell, the owners of the subject property at 8 Studio Lane. I think Dave described the property. It is one of the larger parcels, has several dwellings or structures on the property, but it is in the art village. And as Ed indicated, the heritage area was first recognized by the town board for the entire art village area. A few years back, the owner of 11 Ochre Lane is the street on the north, obtained a demolition permit to demolish the house known as Laugh-A-Lot. And Mr. and Mrs. Cowell were very concerned that some part of the heritage of why they purchased and moved to the art village would be lost. If that occurred, they started discussions and negotiations with that landowner, and started discussions, of course, with various town officials as to how we could preserve the structure. The only way that that landowner would allow it is if Laugh-A-Lot was removed from their property. And then the question was, okay, if we could do that, where could we locate it? And the only property that the Cowells had was the subject property. And that involved obtaining necessary variances from the Zoning Board of Appeals to allow the additional dwelling on the property. The variances we obtained are under that special section in the zoning code, which gives the Zoning Board of Appeals a little more latitude in granting variances where it involves the protection of a structure that is eligible to be landmarked or has historic significance. And that section required a report, and the Landmarks Board did an extensive report on that at that time. And the condition of granting that variance is that the structure be landmarked by this board. In the event it's not landmarked, then the Cowells would arguably have to go and demolish the structure or remove it from the property. And that is the only condition. So what preserves and protects the structure is its landmark status under your code. So no alteration or changes or demolition can take place without review and approval by the Landmarks Board under the town code.
Wayne, just quick clarification on that, because I haven't read the zoning board decision. So the condition of landmarking it, that was directly connected to locating it on the property, or using
Yes.
it as a residential
No,
building?
locating it on the property as the third building. That is.
So they couldn't even use it as an accessory structure, storage area?
Well, the question, I guess the question would be for the building inspector and the zoning board is that if you choose not to landmark it for some reason, we would have to go back and figure that out.
Okay, so I just wanted to know what the connection was. I imagine they said if you want to have an additional residence here, then it's going to have to be landmarked.
That clearly was a condition that it was being moved for that purpose.
Right.
And the property already had more than one dwelling. So anytime you add floor area to a situation where you have more than one dwelling, that requires a variance in itself, whether it's accessory or not.
Right, because
So-
you're creating like a cottage complex there.
Correct.
So there's-
That's what it was and always has been, and this was an additional dwelling. But most importantly, our clients have spent an inordinate amount of money restoring this. There was damage that occurred before it could be moved off the property. They have spent all their funds. At one point, you may recall that the Cowles were reaching out to the town board to see if they could use CPF funds to have some sort of facade agreement that might offset some of the costs of the restoration. That never occurred, and they then undertook all the restoration that you've seen with guidance by the Landmarks Board, and I think it's turned out very well, and it should be an example of historic preservation that both my clients and the town should be proud of.
Wayne, were there conditions placed on it that it would have to be used in conjunction with the principal, the main residence, or can it be rented as a rental unit, or?
It's an additional dwelling that there's no conditions whatsoever.
Okay.
Of course, any dwelling or structure that is rented, if they choose to rent, would have to get the town rental permit.
Right. Does it have a common driveway, or I think it does, right? You come in.
Yes, access to the premises is all off the Studio Lane. As you know, this parcel itself has frontage on 4 streets.
So it wasn't restricted like the way a carriage house might be, but.
No, but the floor area, there can't be any expansions or alterations, any changes to any of the buildings would all require a review by the zoning board on the property as a result of.
So what's in front of us is just simply to landmark it.
Correct.
As the condition of the ZBA approval.
It would allow us to fulfill that condition, but more importantly, it would preserve Laugh-A-Lot for the future in its historic nature.
Right.
More importantly, restore it in the art village. There were a lot of discussions about relocating the structure outside of the art village if it couldn't be located anywhere on this property. And of course, that, as the board discussed, is that undermining historic preservation if you're nowhere near the setting in which it was originally set? And, several of the structures in the art village, my understanding, were not necessarily all constructed in that location. Some were moved there, but more importantly, the history and the art village setting in the late 1800s and early 1900s certainly set a tone thereafter in those locations.
Right. Well, yeah, we know some buildings have been moved, like the windmill at the college or the Big Duck. They're still historic, but they're in not their original locations. Okay. Does anybody else have questions for Wayne?
I have a question. If I'm not sure who it's for, what is the significance of the name Laugh-A-Lot?
Ed might be able to help.
I might be able to answer that. Zella was very involved with the Shinnecock Nation, and she was adopted and given a tribal name. I think it was Chiola, which means one who likes to laugh. And the cottage, of course, is in the neighborhood of the Shinnecock Reservation. I might also point out that the biography done of her in 1936 was entitled "Thank God for Laughter." So she seemed to have been a very cheery person. The newspapers of the time in Southampton and Long Island and New York City often highlighted her presence in a lot of social events. She seemed to be a tremendously engaging person with a little bit of a penchant for notoriety.
Well, thank you. I've been wondering about the name for a long time, so I appreciate the explanation. It was a good one.
That was good.
So Ed, I just want to commend you and thank you for this. I remember when I first came on the board, this was one of the first things that we looked at, and there was such an issue going on there, with the property and with the past owner who seemed to have taken a very inexplicable stance, I guess is the way I would put it. And there was a solution that was evolved out of this to preserve something that I think is significantly Southampton in so many ways, given its history, given the description that you've given of the owner and how it evolved. To me, it screams Southampton. And even though it had to be moved, which is it's sad that it had to be moved, but it was preserved. So I want to thank you and your board for what you've done. It was an education for me at the beginning, but I'm hoping that we're standing at the point of solution here and to preserve this great building. So thank you.
Well, yeah, I want to share that too. First, thanks to Ed, but also thank the Cowles too for personally,
Absolutely. Yes, thank you.
Spending the time, but also an enormous amount of treasure to, money to move the building and reconstruct it. It is a special building, and that's why I sometimes come back to this issue of, visibility. Is there any public benefit, or is it just something that's enjoyed by the Cowles, who obviously love historic buildings and will get to enjoy this and potentially rent it out and have it as a source of revenue? But is there, I hope the public gets, at some point, some ability to enjoy it as well, other than through the occasional picture of it. It's sort of like a great artwork that ends up in a private collection and not in a museum that, very few people get to experience it. So it's the Cowles property. It's the Cowles building. And there's no requirement that it be visible or be visited. So it is what it is. That was the issue that came up when we discussed this as CPF and their willingness to allow more visibility of that property. And we sort of never got past that point. And that's where that seems to have, the roadblock had hit, and they went ahead and financed it on their own. So I don't know what the intentions are moving forward from here, but those issues may again resurface. But what's in front of us today is landmarking it, and I don't think to landmark it, you need to be able to see it. Just like the Steinbeck house, the writer's cottage, whatever, at the Steinbeck property, certainly would qualify as a landmark, even if the public can't see it. So then, the other question about whether there is a role for public funding comes, then you have to kind of start to question whether the public has any benefit to it. But I've said enough on that. So, all right. So we haven't heard from the public here. And I don't know that there is anyone from the public who wants to be heard. So if you do want to be heard, just on this public hearing, this regarding the Laugh-A-Lot cottage out in the artist colony, 8 Studio Lane, you need to click the raise hand icon and we will allow you to be heard.
No hands.
Icon is found at the bottom of your screen. Going once, twice, 3 times. All right. One other person I should thank really is Sally Spanberg too. She did a lot of research on this. She did some excellent work relating to this, not just this building, but the whole artist colony and the heritage area there. All right, I'm going to make a motion to close the public hearing.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, the hearing is officially closed. Madam Clerk, we're going to move on to the 9th public hearing.
Public hearing number 9, to consider historic landmark designation of the 680 Scuttle Hole Road, Watermill, Suffolk County Tax Map 967-1-6.5, AKA the Maple.
All right, thank you. And Dave, are you going to introduce this one? All right.
Yes, I will. Thank you, Mr. Supervisor.
Planning Director Dave Wilcox will introduce.
Are you seeing my screen?
We are.
Yes.
Okay. I'll just give a brief intro and perhaps Ed will provide some greater detail as he did for Laugh a Lot. But this property, as you can see, is located at the corner of Scuttle Hole Road and Cooks Lane. The address is 680 Scuttle Hole Road, Watermill. The property owner is BH680 LLC, and this property is commonly referred to as the Maples. The owner has submitted an application dated September 15th, 2021 to the Department of Land Management for designation of a portion of the property, which would consist of a proposed lot number 2 on a pending subdivision application. In 2019, the Landmarks Board had issued a report on this property and its qualifications for landmarking in conjunction with a referral from the Planning Board for a subdivision of the property. The Landmarks Board also finds that the Zoning Board decision of September 3rd, 2020, and the Planning Board action on October 14th, 2021, support and facilitate the landmark designation of this property and house. The Landmarks Board finds that the Maples meets the following designation criteria under the town code for landmark designation. Property possesses special character or historic or aesthetic interest of value as part of the cultural, political, economic, or social history of the locality, region, state, or nation by virtue of its connection to the agricultural economy and history of the town of Southampton as embodied in its 1911 farmhouse origin. The property is identified with historic personages, or the site is the site of an historic event in the town, state, or nation by virtue of the owning person of Henry de Crillis, who is a recognized French World War I hero and anti-Nazi political leader prior to and during World War II. And the property embodies the distinguishing characteristics of an architectural type, period, or style, or contains elements of design, details, materials, or craftsmanship which represent a significant innovation by virtue of its design and construction in the form of a vernacular, shingle-styled, gabled roof farmhouse of early 20th century. The Landmarks Board recommended landmark designation, and the Planning Board has also adopted a resolution in support of landmark designation on November 18th, 2021. Ed can probably provide some further information, but that is what the house looks like from the street.
David, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
So the advantage to the property owner by landmarking it, normally this lot would only be allowed one home, right? You could build one house, so you'd have to basically tear this thing down and then build your new house. But if it's landmarked, then you can actually just keep it and you're allowed a second residence. Is that correct?
Well, they're actually before the Planning Board for a subdivision. And again, I think Mr. Bruin is representing this application. He would be more familiar with what's before the Planning Board. But I believe under our code, there are provisions for the Planning Board to approve subdivisions where one of the lots may be undersized.
Okay.
If the structure on that lot is landmarked. And that I believe is a condition also of this subdivision, is that this house would be landmarked because the resulting lot sizes do not conform to zoning.
Okay, So yeah, that's sort of the same thinking basically, is that there's not enough lot area to create two lots.
Correct.
But if you landmark this building and they allow for one of the lot connected to the historic building to be smaller, then you could create that plus one conforming lot, something like that.
That's right. And we have something similar with the carriage house provisions where as an incentive for someone to preserve a historic structure, they're allowed to build a modern building and have the historic structure designated as a carriage house. But this applicant chose not to take that route. They chose to do a subdivision and to actually have two separate properties.
Separate lots. And it's for the carriage house, you need what, 3 acres for that?
There are limitations on the size of the properties, and there are also limitations on the size of the carriage house relative to the primary structure.
Oh, I see. This is a pretty big structure.
Correct. So that might have created a hurdle for going the carriage house route.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That sort of explains it to me. All right. Are we going with Ed or Wayne next?
Well, perhaps I can add a little bit of the historical dimension and then turn it over to Wayne.
Oh, she lived there too, huh?
No, but she is quite.
She really did get around.
Let me see if I can get the. There is the house that you just saw in David's illustration. From another perspective, this is the current condition of the house. The rear had previously been added onto, and additions to historic structures are common over the years. They change from their original construction, and this is one that has also gone through an evolution. Prior owners of this structure had added onto the rear, and there was also skylights that were on the roofs, which were removed by the current owner as they sought to revive the character of the structure. And it is certainly, it's not terribly visible as an addition. It didn't detract from the historical appearance of it when we evaluated it back maybe December 2020. The notable elements besides the original structure, which is here, which was erected in 1911, replacing a burned down farmhouse, which had been located here. The basically important person to have owned it is Henri de Corellis, who is seen here in a picture about 1936. And this is while he was still in France before the war, as you can see by the telephone on his desk. It's not one that would have been found in a U.S. office setting. De Corellis was the son of an admiral in the French Navy. He had signed up as a soldier in World War I, been wounded, and when he recovered, he signed up to become an aviator and flew 250 some odd missions against the Germans in World War I. Was injured again and eventually had to retire from active duty, but he was granted the highest military honor that France could provide, the Legion of Honor, the equivalent of what would be maybe the Congressional Medal of Honor in American military honors. And he went on after World War I to become a promoter of aviation. He was an adventurer to some degree. He made the first motor trip across the Sahara in 1926 in Africa, when one could imagine that that would hardly even been possible in the United States to have a cross-country motor trip take place. He was a reporter and a writer about political affairs. When he was in France, he wrote for prominent newspapers. He traveled extensively and met many political leaders around the world, and he was a known personality in the late 1920s and 1930s. After 3 tries at election, he became a member of the French Parliament in 1936 and promptly became an advocate of arming France to defend itself against what he saw as a German threat. His political opposition to the Nazis was very prominent. So when the Nazis invaded in June 1940, Henri de Corellis escaped alone. His wife had died. His son was left behind. He managed to fly with his younger brother on a stolen French military plane. His brother was a French aviator. And they were able to get to the island of Jersey in the English Channel. And Churchill ordered a destroyer, British destroyer, to retrieve them from the island of Jersey and to bring them first to England. And then he saw that de Corellis got to Canada and then to the United States, where de Corellis would remain for the rest of his life. His son was captured in France and was never heard from again after he was arrested. So de Corellis became a rather solitary individual in terms of his family life. When he got to the United States, his connections allowed him to get advice from the U.S. government on where to buy property. He was interested in owning land, and government officials in Washington told him that some of the most valuable agricultural land was to be found in the town of Southampton. And so he wound up buying the Maples, as well as the Carwitham Dairy, which was across the street basically on Hayground Road, now the site of Two Trees Equestrian Farm. So he basically had his agricultural ancestry in his blood in doing that, but his major preoccupation was basically politics on an international scale during World War II and also post-World War II, where he became an ardent opponent of the kind of strongman rule of Charles de Gaulle, who became president of France for right up through the 1960s. De Corellis is buried here in Bridgehampton. His brother and sister are buried back in France in their ancestral village, but de Corellis never felt comfortable in being able to return to his homeland. So he is something a kind of parallel, if you will, to Zella de Milhau, French ancestry, a story associated with World War I, finding themselves in the town of Southampton. And it kind of reminds us a little bit that the history of the town of Southampton is not solely limited to the history of English colonization and all of its aspects that we usually find so prominent in dealing with the historical elements of our structures. So that's it. And I'm basically would, unless you have questions, allow Wayne to have his say. Also, by the way, one other thing, the owner has been very helpful and very cooperative in helping get this landmark. He's a person of very sensitive interest with respect to the historical character of Southampton town and other places on Long Island.
All right, thank you. All right, any questions for Ed? All
No,
right.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, John.
I just wanted to thank you, Ed, for all your work on this and for pointing out that Southampton history is not just all English. My family were immigrants from France as well, fleeing the monarchy during the French Revolution and ended up in East Hampton. So it's a really fascinating story you just told. I'm going to look this guy up to see if there was ever any connection between him and my great-great-grandfather or my great-grandfather. I'm not that old or young.
Well, the Bouviers certainly made their mark on this area. So,
yeah, you could characterize it that way,
and continue to do it.
Yes, thank you.
All right,
but it's nice to know. It's a great story. Thank you for everything you've done.
All right, let's go to Wayne.
So, good afternoon again, board members.
From the Bruin family.
Yes, the Bruin from the
Bruin clan,
the Netherlands. I'm here on behalf of BH 680 LLC and Robert Morrow. As was indicated by Dave and Ed, this has been a little bit of an adventure here in the last few years. Our client looked into this because of his interest in historic restorations. To make this worthwhile, given the purchase price of the property and the needs of restoring the house, we looked to the code to see what incentives, and as Dave described, there are provisions in the code, primarily where we could allow a second dwelling on the property under certain circumstances. But the interesting thing is it doesn't really direct you to a subdivision where you would separate the properties from each other. The carriage house provisions would apply, but however, our client's interest was to be able to sell the two because his daughter would like to keep the historic house while a new house would be built on the 2-acre lot nearby. To do so, we went to the planning board, got their input as well as Landmark's input to make sure that this was even worthy of consideration of Landmarks. We wouldn't have engaged in the entire process unless we thought there was some merit to that. Our clients did work with the Landmarks board and actually undertook the restoration of the structure at great expense at this point with their guidance and such. We did go to the zoning board. Their condition, like the other one, was a condition on landmarking. And we're also just received final conditional approval from the planning board last Thursday with the same condition that it be landmarked by this board. So we would encourage the board to consider the history and the recommendations of the landmark board and proceed to landmark this. The result would be that there can be no further alterations or changes or demolition of that structure unless approved by the landmarks board.
Right. And again, when you're not asking for any public subsidy here, you're just simply asking for the designation of landmark. Is it though, this is a visible structure from the road, is it not?
Well, there is vegetation, and that was a discussion at the planning board. The planning board, there is some, because this is a long Scuttle Hole Road that was there to maintain privacy and noise and things of that sort. The prior landowners had installed some evergreens along the frontage. The planning board has asked for that to be trimmed to a certain height. Also, that no additional vegetation be planted that would exceed a certain height on the corner. It is entirely visible from Halsey Cook Lane. It is on a corner. So the structure is entirely visible from that direction, but
And that's
along
public road,
Scuttle
right?
Road, there is limited views, but there is views of the top of the structure as well. So
The other road you mentioned, Cook, that's a public road, right?
yes, both are, yeah, it's on the corner of Halsey Cook Lane and Scuttle Hole Road.
So if somebody did want to drive by and see it, but again, there's no public funds being asked for from this board, but the other board, there was relief being sought at the planning board from the minimum lot size. So I could see them putting in a condition that might require some visibility or something in exchange for that relief.
They did do that, and that's part of the conditions. And actually, I understand my client may be undertaking some of the trimming of those hedgerow plantings this week.
Okay. All right, any other questions? All right. All right, let's go to the public. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to be heard at this public hearing? This is public hearing number 9, the Maples property, 680 Scuttle Hole Road, considering a landmark designation for the home there.
There are no hands.
If you wish to be heard, you need to click the raise hand icon normally found at the bottom of your screen.
Still no hands.
Going once, twice, 3 times, still no hands.
No hands.
All right, just before I close, just want to thank Ed again for that very thorough presentation. I didn't realize the town board meetings could be so educational. That's great to have you as a resource there, Ed. Thank you for your research. And thank you for your work on the Landmarks Committee. All right, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman Lobstad. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, board members, for your consideration, and happy holidays. And we look forward to your positive favorable decisions on resolutions 49 and 50 on these matters. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Wayne.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Same to you.
Happy holidays. All right, public hearing number 10. Sunday, would you please read the notice?
Public hearing number 10 to amend Town Code Chapters 330-162, Special Exception, and 330-33, Table of Use Regulations, listing self-service storage facility as a special exception use in the Highway Business Zoning District.
All right, and our Land Planning and Development Administrator, Janice Shearer, will introduce this.
Good afternoon again, Mr. Supervisor, members of the board. We had a brief work session on this topic and a couple more after this. And it really is whether or not you would like to list self-storage facilities as a special exception use in the highway business zoning districts. I think when they first came out, they were a little more, there was a lot of consternation and concern about them. But I think over time, we've really come to see that they're a benign use. They don't really cause any traffic issues. And as long as they're sufficiently shielded or designed properly, there really isn't much to them. So this would list them as allowable as a use in HB. Obviously, someone would still have to go to the planning board. And we listed some special, safeguards as well in the special exception section, which is just that, it related to design and roof and, no franchisee. I have one near me, it's like pods and there's signs all over it that say pods, and, just be like low key and unobtrusive based on these design guidelines.
Yeah, thank you, Janice. It seems to me that long-term storage is perfectly suitable for a highway business zone. right? You don't really want it necessarily in a neighborhood. It's a use that is very limited in terms of traffic. People don't go check these storage facilities every day typically. Sometimes they don't go for years. I do have one question though, and it's only because it's come up recently when somebody approached me about car storage and said, what zones could they build a place for like high-end cars? People don't have enough garage space. They want to store a car for a long period of time. And I didn't know if it could be, let's say, designed into one of these types of facilities where, let's say, the ground floor was like a garage. You could actually put a car there, but maybe a second story might be, obviously you wouldn't be able to do a car there. Or I have seen some car garages where you do have lifts where, you could have, 2 or 3 cars stacked. So is that something that would fall into this? So if somebody wanted to do a car storage, or are we regulating what goes into the storage unit in any way?
We didn't actually consider that it could be for car storage, although I don't see that it couldn't, but obviously you'd have to account for that in the parking, and I imagine them wanting to like kind of go underground maybe for something like that.
I mean, if you could store a motorcycle in one of these, you could store a bicycle. If it's big enough, why couldn't you store a car? A lot of
It
people
doesn't actually say you can't. It just says that structures more than 5,000 square feet need to have a better roof line. It's not like supposed to be designed as like a shipping container, so to speak.
Right.
So theoretically, you would just be, under the coverage requirements of the HB zone, and you could put this. I don't see why not. It just is a matter of designing it.
Right. Yeah, because I have a meeting with somebody who wants to do that, create a place for people to store vehicles. And there's some benefit to having a place like that because we want people to come out by train, maybe not drive as much. And maybe if they could store a vehicle in an indoor space, it's just a thought. So I
think you just end up with a larger building, and, you are limited in HB to 15,000 square feet. For any one building, so it may necessitate someone to go to the ZBA or something along those lines if they want to propose something larger.
Right, and we can talk offline about that. It doesn't prohibit that per se. It doesn't say what you can and can't store. Obviously, you have fire codes that you got to comply with and structural issues that you have to comply with. So, all right.
Right.
All right. I don't have any questions on this other than that. So anybody else?
I do. Janice, when it goes to the planning board, are there any parameters that they would base their decision on about how many of these type of facilities would be in one area or one hamlet? And we don't want 15 of these things in one spot, I would assume.
We don't have anything in the code that says that. It starts to get into, I think the only legitimate use that you can say can't be near another use, although we did do this in the marijuana dispensary law, is a bank. I think there was like a banking rule where one bank couldn't be within a certain distance of another. And Jim, you might know better about that than me, but we don't have anything in this code saying only one self-storage per hamlet or something. I don't know the ins and outs of whether or not that's allowable, but if that's something you want to see, we can certainly take a look at it.
What are the
that is a concern. That's all. As with any other one type of business that shows up in an area. I mean, you want flexibility and variety. You don't want one of everything, like nail salon or something.
Right. It is.
What happens is once you get one, you get another one for the sole competition of it. Typically, that like if you get Burger King, you get McDonald's. Like for whatever reason, Walgreens, Rite Aid. They want to be wherever the other ones are.
And 2 may not be bad, but maybe 5 or 6, and I don't know. Like it's supply and demand, but I would just a concern. That's all.
Right. It is a special exception, so the board will have some discretion, and obviously you have to depend on what the specific conditions are, but it's not an outright permitted use. If it's a special exception, then the board does have some some leeway as to looking at the conditions of approvals.
Okay,
Well, sometimes it depends on whether those conditions are subjective or not. Like
Yeah.
if there's a condition, it has to be in line with the character of the community.
Right. If you have something a little bit
So
vague like that.
then they could go, well, we've already got enough of these things.
Right.
But Janice, what are the standards? Do you have them?
So there's always the general standards, meaning that it's a basic general finding that it's harmonious and consistent with, where it's being situated. And then the specific standards are, at a minimum, all structures associated with the use will be designed to reflect the maritime and or agricultural heritage of a given hamlet and shall be consistent with the scale and character of structures which have historically developed within the town. The second one is generic and standard architectural design derivatives of national or regional chains shall not be permitted. 3, flat roofs are prohibited. 4, gable, gambrel, and hip roofs shall be encouraged. 5, mansard roofs shall be a maximum of 7 feet high and designed in proportion to the size of the facade below. The roof shall step in from the eave to the top of the mansard 1 to 2 feet. So these are like really just architectural design features. Roof massing is number 6. Single roof type is not encouraged for structures more than 5,000 square feet unless it's a green roof. Then otherwise larger buildings shall have a more complex roof design, which consists of main roof with lower and intersecting secondary roof types. You might remember from the pattern book and from other things, we're always trying to kind of get more interesting architecture. People just want to build boxes because that's the cheapest thing to build, a podium building or build a box. So this is intended to kind of eliminate just the basic box. And number 7, maximum setbacks should be established for particular areas where new facilities may compromise the visual continuity of a street or corridor. When necessary, landscape screening of parking and loading areas shall include tall evergreen trees, shrubs, and or berms. So it gives the planning board some flexibility to require some screening.
So is the goal, Janice, to not have it look like an industrial building, more cottage?
Yeah, kind of. Well, I mean, it could be larger, but it's just to have some peaked roofs and some interesting architectural features is really the intent. Because, you're going to get proposals for shipping containers, basically. Those storage facilities are just usually look like shipping containers, at least to me.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I know we have these boat storage places where they're just giant racks of boats. But
right.
Well, these have to be inside, right? That's a key provision. These are all indoor.
Yes, it's all indoor storage. It actually doesn't say it can't be outdoor, and we could add that, but we did not add that now. It doesn't say that. It's all assuming that it's indoor.
Right. That may be something to consider.
Yeah.
All right, any other questions for Janice? Well, let's go to the public. This is public hearing number 10, which would create a special exception use in a highway business zone that would allow for self-storage facilities.
There are no hands.
We have a lot of properties that are highway business. I mean, most of County Road 39 is highway business. A lot of Montauk Highway in Hampton Bays is highway business. It's a lot of highway business properties throughout the town. So.
And those are the specific places where we want to limit the amount of traffic on those roadways. So these uses are considered compatible in that sense, that they're not high traffic generators.
Mm-hmm. All right. Again, if you wish to be heard, you must click the raise hand icon, typically found at the bottom right of your screen. Going once,
no hands.
Going twice, going 3 times. Still no hands? All right.
Thank you for being so thorough.
I'll make a motion to close. I don't think we need to leave this extended to another day. So I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Second by Councilman Scavone. Jim, on something like this, I don't need to leave the record open for written comments, do I?
I don't see a need for it.
Well, we don't have a resolution to approve today, do we, Janice?
No, this is just a hearing. I'll put on a notice of adoption for the next meeting if that's what the board would like.
So yeah, why don't we leave the record open just for written comments for what, 2 weeks? Wait till the 28th? That's the next meeting?
Yeah, if you did 10 days, that would be better because then it's the 24th and that way we're not right at the notice of adoption and still getting comments.
All right, so for 10 days to the 24th? All right,
Yeah.
I'm okay with that. My second, that was Councilman Scavone, you okay with that?
Yes.
All right.
We're not open on the 24th, so I don't know if you want to make it the 23rd because.
Yeah, 23rd, I'm sorry.
It's up to you. Just want to make.
9 days.
The 23rd is the Friday?
The 23rd is the Thursday. The 24th is Christmas Eve. So
Oh, right.
that day,
Yeah, so why don't we,
We could do 7 days if that's better. 7-day written comment period.
yeah, that's fine. What is that? That puts us at the 21st?
that's the 21st, yes.
All right, so I'll change my motion to the 21st, and Tommy John, you're okay with that? All right.
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. So we're closed for all other purposes on that, just written comments to the 21st. All right. Sunday, number 11.
Public hearing number 11 to amend chapters 330-5 definitions and 330-33 to define and list medical marijuana dispensary in the business district's table of use regulations and enact special exception standards within 330-162.22 of the zoning code.
All right. And once again, we will turn to Janice Shearer, our land planning and development administrator.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. So again, we talked about this at that very same work session where this is separate and apart from any recreational marijuana facility. As you know, you have not opted out or made any decisions related to that. This is about medical marijuana and whether or not you want to allow a dispensary that's registered to sell to licensed individuals only to be able to have a place in our town. It would be allowed in highway business and hamlet commercial HC by special exception. And those special exceptions, basically also are design criteria. They mimic the state law with recreational, being that they will not be allowed to be permitted within 500 feet of a school or 200 feet of a house of worship. This one has sort of what, Julie, what you were speaking of with the other code where it's saying, actually, I'm sorry, I'm looking at where that part is. Oh yeah, it shall not be located within close proximity, minimum 1,500 feet of another dispensary. So you do have that appearing here, and requiring, licensing and permitting be clearly displayed, and having cameras and security systems, et cetera, in place to protect anything in the dispensary.
Janice, I have some questions. So I guess just on some background. So a medical marijuana dispensary is a legal use even before the recent recreational laws. Somebody could have built one, and in fact, they did build one up in Riverhead. So, should a company come to Southampton and say, where can I build a medical marijuana distribution, dispensary, whatever it's called? Typically the planners would then go to the code and look for that use in the code. If it's similar to something else, they can say, well, that's code, that isn't actually listed in the use table, but it's basically this other thing. And so those are the, if it's let's say looks like a pharmacy, then you go and say, okay, where are pharmacies located? If it looks like a medical office, where a medical office is located. What we struggled with here is it didn't really fit either of those descriptions very well. It was sort of like in the middle of it's a pharmacy, but you can only get one drug there, marijuana. You can't go and, get, hundreds of different choices, so you don't have people, with all these prescriptions coming. It's a prescription for one item.
Right.
So it's really not a pharmacy. It's more like when you go to your doctor and they might have some medicine that they would give you at the doctor's office.
Yeah, like a dialysis type of facility or something very specialized in that case.
Right, exactly. So this was really kind of a challenge, and we said, well, why don't we then just put it in why don't we define it in the code as for what it is, and figure out what zone it makes sense in. And so that's sort of what this does. It defines it and puts it as a special exemption use in which zones, Janice?
Just highway business and hamlet commercial. So it wouldn't really be something you can go to a shopping center and go into. It would be a standalone facility. So if you're going there, you're driving to that facility for that purpose. And it's not like next to something where, it may be found to be, it doesn't belong there or something like that. So we did not add it to, it would be allowed in village business, highway business, village business permitted, highway business and hamlet commercial as special exception.
Now, is village business, that's where a pharmacy is permitted?
That is where pharmacy is permitted too. All retail is basically meant to be in our hamlet centers.
Right.
This isn't really retail, like you were saying. It's, you can't go there and get other things along with your prescription like you could at CVS. So it's not supposed to be a convenience store, and it's not meant to be, any recreational items.
Now, my understanding in terms of traffic generation is the one in Riverhead, I think it's like Calverton area. It's at least to my knowledge, there hasn't been issues of traffic there. Does anybody else have any information on that, Michelangelo? I see you nodding.
That's pretty accurate. It's been quite low. I think there was some concern with companies looking at properties with the notion that it's medical and then converting to recreational if we opted in or didn't opt out. And so we took some of the setbacks associated from the recreational MRTA law and applied it, and kind of kept a broad perspective on, okay, well, if they were to convert, does this make sense for traffic generation?
So no, if you have a prescription for medical marijuana, you can't go to CVS and get that. You can only go to a medical marijuana dispensary.
Yeah,
that's right.
Right. Okay. And with recreational marijuana coming down, I don't know, maybe a year from now, when the Cannabis Control Board issues all their regulations, there might even be less people going the medical route when they could get something probably similar recreationally. So it might even be less. We don't know if anybody's actually going to build a medical marijuana dispensary in this community. But this, if they did, this would give them some guidance as to where it could be located.
That's right. And we would have to, at the time, the planning board would look at, any kind of traffic issues or concerns, anything like that would be part of the site plan application.
We don't know exactly what the advantages will be with medical when it comes to quantity and or potency or tax related purchases. So there's still maybe a need for medical for people who really do need this as a medical outlet.
Right. But you couldn't convert a medical marijuana to recreational unless the zone is one that the town board allows for recreational.
Well, right. We really did it on purpose this way, saying medical dispensary, so that you would then have to go back and amend this law and decide whether or not it could be converted or whatever. So say you decide to do recreational, you would have a different use classification called recreational, and then you decide where you want that to go. So we're really trying to make the distinction between the two, at least for now, because that the intention is really just for licensed users to be able to obtain their prescriptions at this location. That's it.
Okay.
question. So for the future, if the recreational becomes commonplace and you have the 1,500 feet between medical dispensaries, what happens if somebody wants to come and put in a recreational? Do they have to, is it also 1,500 from that?
I think that if you were going to do a recreational code, at that point, we would take a look at this. You're gonna add your own other section of code that would say recreational marijuana dispensary, let's say, and have those locations identified. And then you can say in that code, or have a companion code where this gets amended and they both say you can't have one near another, or it has to be some reasonable distance apart.
But that's for the future. Thank
Right.
you.
If you're not opting in or you're not doing that right now, the only real thing is this. So that's why we're talking about it separately.
And even if we do opt in, we may not get a license from the state. So we don't know what'll come of this.
Right. And that's, Julie, that's in the future when people actually start using marijuana. Of course, they're not doing that now.
Not at all.
Not in this town. Never. All right. Any other questions? Okay. So let's go to the public. I don't know if anybody plans to be heard on this, but I'll say it once again. If you want to be heard, you got to click the raise hand icon, typically bottom right of your screen. That will let us know that you want to speak.
And once again, there are no hands.
Going once, twice. I hate these Zoom meetings. I want to go back to in person. Where I can see everybody. They can raise their hand, their actual hand, not their virtual hand. All right, 3. All right, still no hands, right, Charles?
No hands.
All right, I'll make a motion to close. We're not voting on this today either, are we, Janice?
No, you can do another 7-day.
Yeah, let's do the same 7 days. I think
It was just a note. Point was raised by my esteemed deputy town attorney concerning the referrals to the Suffolk County Planning Commission for these code changes. So.
Right, we're waiting for a local determination from the county, and this is on the planning board. All 3 of these that we're discussing today are on the planning board agenda for Thursday.
Right, okay, so it had been referred, we're just waiting for the LD.
Yes, that's right.
I think the Suffolk County came back.
Oh, they have?
Those.
They have
Oh,
them,
great.
okay, all right, great,
Yes.
thank you.
I know we
For
referred them, I wasn't sure if we
For
had them
10,
back.
11, and 12.
Great, thank you,
Perfect,
Sunday.
thank you, Sunday.
And
Thanks
they were
for
all,
that clarification.
Sunday, they were all LDs?
Excuse me?
Were they
They're
all
all-
LDs? Local determination?
I believe so. I'll confirm that. I'm remote on this meeting, so I don't have, my office is
Okay,
not
we
with
can
me.
confirm that before the,
But I'm sure.
Yeah, so yeah, we obviously cannot vote without that, so.
But check right now.
That could delay the vote. We're not voting today anyway, so as long as we know by the meeting on the 28th. All right, so I'll make a motion to close the hearing. I'll leave the written record open till the 21st. Who wants the second?
I'll second it.
All right. Seconded by Councilman Schiavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. That is closed. So for the written record, we'll move on to public hearing number 12.
Public hearing number 12 to amend chapter 330-37 Industrial Districts Table of Use Regulations to include physical fitness facilities as a special exception use in the light industry, LI 40 and LI 200 zoning districts.
All right, thank you. And once again, our land planning and development administrator, Janice Shearer. I'm getting good at saying that.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. And this is, again, one that we talked about at that same work session where There once was a time when we actually did allow physical fitness facilities in LI 40, and I didn't get into it in the resolution, but it kind of, there was some amendments made and it dropped out, but there are gyms and facilities in LI 40 right now. We were on the fence about whether you really needed an LI 200 or not. That would be up to you if you want to include them both. I think just doing it in LI 40 is probably fine. And it's, again, to allow for this as a special exception. And we do have recommendations in our, comp plan to provide more opportunities for people to be healthy and, active recreation, promoting public health and places to go. We have a great amount of outdoor resources, but indoor, not as many as we may need. So this would allow it as special exception in both light industry and LI 200. I don't know if you have any preference of just doing LI 40 or doing both. And I'm just scrolling down to the actual. It only has a few special exception standards, and it's just to make sure that there's no conflict, because in an LI 40 you may have an actual light industrial use or something. And then if you put a gym in there, you just want to make sure there's like proper pedestrian walkways and the parking lot dedicated for the gym, and there's no conflict of use. And just ensuring like crosswalks and circulation are. And I think that would be our biggest issue, other than, making sure that someone then doesn't say, well, this LI 40 use is bothering me over here, when they predated the, say, the physical fitness facility. So it just sort of says, industrial use activities, if consistent with good industrial practices and established prior to surrounding non-industrial activities, are deemed reasonable and not considered a nuisance or interference. Meaning like, someone's like, now they go to the gym and they're like, well, I hate this, LI place next door in this same complex. And so we're just trying to capture, like, if they were there first, you kind of have to coexist, and that might not be a problem at all. It might never be a problem, but we just wanted to capture that in the language.
So Janice, and I'm trying to pull up my GIS, LI 40 versus LI 200. I'm just thinking like, some of these properties that were put into LI 40 predated zoning, right? So you had basically operations, maybe they were an asphalt plant or concrete, or, maybe it was a supply yard of something, or lumber yard. And then zoning came along, and people started building houses seemingly everywhere. And then we made these zoning maps, and we sort of took these little spots and we said, okay, these are LI 40 zones. These are the real big ones, were like LI 200. And my only concern is, if it was really kind of a very light industrial type of use, like I don't know, maybe it was some sort of nursery or something, and now suddenly it's a Equinox, I'm just using that as an example, but Planet Fitness, and they're running classes and doing exhibitions, and you got yoga in the morning and then karate class and all these other things that happen there. It could be a fundamental shift for some of so some properties, it makes total sense. Like, I could see on County Road 39 where, Blackman is, it's light industrial property there. Now it's called Ferguson now, plumbing supply, there's a gym right across the street practically. So I don't see it as a problem, but these little small pockets of LI 40 and that are more residential areas, it might be a problem. So I guess the way to attack that is in the special exemption standards.
Right, and that's where that letter A comes in, that, the industrial use, it has to be, not having an impact. It has to be found that they can coexist basically by the planning board. Planning board will look at those, whatever use exists, and then the installation of a new physical fitness facility, and they'll have to make a finding that says these two things are compatible. And if if it's like concrete crushing or something, which is very rare, and it wasn't appropriate, and there's massive dump trucks or something really egregious in that location in an LI 200, let's say, then they would have to say, this is not compatible. And we can fix those standards to be a little more clear on that. But the first one was really about, making sure that industrial use is compatible and also not considered then a nuisance later on. Because there's so many limited LI 40 places as it is. So we don't want them to get kind of like pushed out either.
Yeah, there are very few LI 40 zones.
Yeah. So we just want to be able to find the places where these two uses are compatible and can coexist, and provide a path for review if that's a good opportunity.
Yeah, I'm in GIS just looking at, there's just not a lot of LI 40. It's hard to actually even find. There's some pockets of LI 200. Give me this. So maybe if we just have decent language in this where it favors these LI 40, LI 200 properties, provided the surrounding area is predominantly commercial in nature, as a standard.
Yeah, it really just has to say, the purpose is to allow more opportunities to locate physical fitness facilities in more than just highway business. They have been located in LI 40, and we used to do it under other indoor recreation. Now that kind of got lost in the shuffle over time, but we think that it should be allowed again. But we can create the standards that say, and there's always the general standards. Always, every special exception has these general standards where the planning board has to make a finding saying that this is compatible, harmonious, there's no issue. That's like item 1. And then in the general standards, 330-122. And then it gets down to these physical fitness facilities, the special conditions and safeguards later on. So I think that all that we have to really worry about is that the planning board needs to make a finding that these two, this type of LI 40 use, or maybe there is no use, it could just be vacant and they want to put a physical fitness facility, then we don't have an issue. It's only when you have one thing already existing and you're adding this physical fitness, a gym to it, you want to make sure that those two things are compatible and there's pedestrian circulation and a separate, place for people to park and access it and not be crossing over where there's heavy trucks and things like that. If they're even there in the first place. Most LI 40 is kind of moving away from a lot of that.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally so few LI 40 properties. They're very hard to find.
I know, I'm asked every day if we can zone for some more.
But it's hard to place that zone because it's an industrial zone and everything's residential everywhere.
Right.
All right. So I don't know yet how I feel about LI. What's really the difference between LI 40 and LI 200 is the 200 is based on much larger lots.
Yes.
Right. And the uses that are typically
5 acres.
allowed, do the uses differ between what's allowed in LI 40 versus LI 200?
Not too substantially, but I mean, you could have an airport in LI 200, I think. Not that we want one, but I think that something more like that would be allowed in LI 200 versus LI 40 is just your standard fare, special contractor type uses or ice manufacturing or stuff like that. And the things that we see coming in as a planning board are usually like we had a distillery one in LI 40 recently, something like that. Like it's not as industrial as you might think.
Okay. All right. I don't have any other questions. Anybody else have questions for Janice? All right, let's go to the public once again. I'll do my routine. Does anybody want to speak at public hearing number 12, allowing the use of physical fitness facilities in LI 40 and LI 200 zoning districts by special exception? If you do, you need to raise the hand icon, click the raise hand icon, and we will allow you to speak. Going once. Going twice.
There are no hands.
No hand, Charlie. All right. Three. All right. Still no hands. All right. I will make, why don't we do the same thing? We'll close it. I'll make a motion to close it and leave the record open for 7 days for written comments. All right. How about a second to that?
Second.
I was gonna say no hands, but we got a hand. This is seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
And before we go on to the next one, Mr. Supervisor, all three of those Suffolk County Planning Commission responses were local determinations.
Oh, excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sunday.
So that one Sunday is closed, but the written record is open for 7 days to the 21st.
Yes.
All right. Which
Thank
brings
you.
us to our last public hearing, lucky number 13. If you would please read that.
Public hearing number 13 for 2022 fire protection contracts.
All right, and we do have Controller Marchese is here. If we meet him. So is anybody introducing this? I don't know if we need to have it introduced.
I'll do it.
All right, Councilman Schivoni.
Okay. Thank you, and good evening, everyone. This is a public hearing for the 3 fire protection districts that we have in the town of Southampton. They are the Bay Point Fire District, serviced by the Village of Sag Harbor. This is for fire and ambulance protection. In addition to that, the Noyak Fire Protection District, which is also serviced by Sag Harbor Fire Department and Sag Harbor Ambulance Corps. And the last one is the Northeast Quogue Fire Protection District, which is fire protection only, serviced by the Village of Quogue. And while I'm at it, I'd like to give kudos to the Village of Quogue. They actually are charging a little bit less this year than they did last year, something that rarely happens in government, but we're happy to see it. So on behalf of the taxpayers of the Northeast portion of Quogue, thank you.
So
This is a
fire,
yearly contract.
fire protection contracts are different than fire protection districts, right? These are certain areas that are not part of a district, and then we get them covered by, or
That's right. This is a fire protection district, which is different than a fire district. The fire district usually has their own firehouses. They have their own elected commissioners in a fire district, fire commissioners. In fire protection districts, the town board serves as commissioners, as the fire commissioners for that. And so we are all the commissioners of these fire protection districts.
right, so they don't have their own firehouses, they don't have any of that, no fire commissioners, just us. And then we contract with a local fire department to provide the services for them, and then we tax them in their property taxes to cover the cost.
Correct.
Len, did you want to say something here? We had the control.
No, he's got it exactly right.
Oh, good. All right, well, thank you, Councilman Schivoni. All right, is there anyone who wishes to be heard? Click the raise hand icon at the bottom right of your screen. Going once.
It's no hands, Charlie.
Going twice. Going 3 times. Still no hands, Charlie?
No hands.
All right. I keep thinking about that one time we got caught in that loop and it just kept on saying no hands, no hands. We had that technical problem. All right, so I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. So that is closed. Now we move to, boy, I feel bad for the public who may have been waiting for public portion. It took a long time to get through the hearings. But we do have public portion next. So if there's anybody on this Zoom call who wants to speak on any topic, this is your time to do it. We'll give you 3 minutes to make your comments known. Anything that might be on our agenda or even anything else. This is your time to be heard, but please do click that raise hand icon.
No hands.
If you wish to be heard in public portion, this is your chance. Going once. Going twice.
They're so pleased with what you're doing.
Well, I'm not going to read anything into
Pearls of wisdom, Charles.
I hope that's true. Going 3 times. Still no hands? Charles?
No hands.
All right, I will make a motion to close public portion.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman Lofstad. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. So that brings us to resolutions. Is there anything you guys want to do out of order, or you just want to go through them? Let me look at our participant list. It is. I see some people on for the Upper Boathouse. It's up to you guys. You want to take something out of order, you just go straight through?
Let's go straight through. I don't have anything out of order unless someone else does.
No.
Okay, then let's go straight through. So we're going to start with Councilman Martell's offering of 1154.
Okay, Town Board Resolution 1154 of 2021 authorize the supervisor to sign a contract extension for repair and install sidewalks with Long Island Mason and Concrete.
Second?
Second by Councilman Lofstad. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Town
Approved.
Board Resolution 2021-1155 is co-sponsored with Councilman Martell to authorize the supervisor to sign a contract extension or extensions with Bilo Industries Incorporated, Grade A Petroleum, and Miles Petroleum Company Incorporated for oils, lubricants, and grease.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Approved.
Town Board Resolution 1156 of 2021 authorizes supervisor to amend a 5-year maintenance and support renewal agreement with Harris Govern.
Second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilwoman Lofstad. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Approved.
Town Board Resolution 1157 of 2021 authorize the supervisor to sign an application for access to Preed.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Approved.
Town Board Resolution 1158 of 2021 authorize the supervisor to sign a contract extension for utility task vehicles with Motorcycle Mall Incorporated.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman Lofstad. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved.
Town Board Resolution 1159 of 2021 authorize the supervisor to sign contract extensions to furnish and deliver assorted aggregates and soil materials with Bistrian Materials Incorporated, Southampton, excavation and site development, and Benemax.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved. 2021-1160, authorize supervisor to sign contract with Suffolk County Water Authority to connect public water at Hot Dog Beach in East Quogue.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, approved. 2021-1161, authorize the supervisor to execute a 2022 contract extension with Naraki Smith LLP for the preparation of an annual financial audit for year ending December 31st, 2021.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved. 1162 of 21, authorize the supervisor to execute a no-cost extension of term of contract with Rayner Group PE and LSP LLC for the design and permitting services in connection with 20 Shinnecock Road, Hampton Bays.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved.
Town Board Resolution 1163 of 2021, authorize the supervisor to execute a renewal agreement with LK McLean Associates PC for on-call engineering services to be provided to the Highway Department for various town-wide projects.
Second.
Seconded by Councilwoman Lofstad. Let me just hold on one second there. So this is non-exclusive, right? It's just that we have a new highway superintendent. We want to make sure this is not a requirement to use one particular engineering company.
It's coming out of their capital budget. I don't see it in here.
So this would be, shall extend this contract for 2 additional one-year terms. Yeah, I mean, I think it's okay to go ahead and approve it. It authorizes me to enter into that agreement, and I could,
Right.
I'll take a look at it and make sure that it doesn't limit all, repaving projects to, one company. Just in case, the new person, Superintendent McCardle, this would be for his term in office. So, again, I'll give him that courtesy prior to signing it, all right?
Great.
All right, so we had a motion and we had a second?
Yes.
Well, all in
Julie
favor?
Lofstad.
Aye.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Approved. All right, 1164, 2021, authorize the supervisor to execute an agreement with the Village of Quogue for town employee court appearances related to the administration and enforcement of home improvement licenses.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved.
Town Board Resolution 2021-1165, co-sponsored with Councilman Martell, authorizes supervisor to execute an agreement with Thomson Reuters for use of the Clear Plus Web Analytics program by the town's code enforcement department.
Second.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 1166 of 21, authorize the supervisor to execute an amendment to the 2021 Stop DWI grant agreement with Suffolk County. This is co-sponsored with Councilman Schiavone.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 2021-1167 is co-sponsored with Councilman Schiavone, is to authorize the supervisor to sign to execute an amendment with Jackson Dodds and Company Incorporated for invasive vegetative removal on town properties.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone. I just want to make sure that we are following some guidance in terms of how we remove invasive vegetation with the.
Yeah, that's Jackson Dodds have been doing this for a while with us. This was brought forward through the CPF office. Really, the difference here is how we're trying to provide some cost sharing with other departments, because we have invasive species in transfer stations, parks properties, and other areas. So
I just want to make sure, I know this says by organic means.
Well,
So
a lot of it's actually, there you are.
Hi, I can add to that. This contract was extended through the end of this year earlier by the board. We made a contract amendment to specifically state that only organic chemical or only organics were to be used as part of their protocol for the organic species removal. And the other part of this resolution references an additional cost because some properties were added after the original scope of work. They have completed their work through the end of this year.
Lisa, do you have a definition for organics? Because, as a former chemistry student, it's basically compounds of, carbon, nitrogen, hydrogen, they were organic. We're talking about not using synthetic pesticides, right? So that's what we mean. When you're saying organic, you mean
there's no glyphosate that is used. And typically what Jackson Dodds used and have used under the supervision of our department is a salt-based product.
Okay.
And typically when we heard Marty Petrikoff talk about the control on golf courses, the same type of thing. We're talking about oil and those same kind of lists. I mean, that's what they're restricted to by state law and by county law. And I like this because we've actually asked them to go farther, but there is
well, it's authorizing me to sign the contract. So I'm going to be looking for something that, is clear. When we say organic, we mean no synthetic pesticides. All right.
Understood.
Okay. All right. So I made the motion. Was there a second?
The second was Tommy John.
Oh, actually, no, the motion was made by John.
By me.
I'm sorry, by John, and Tommy John was the second.
All right. So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Approved 1168 of 21. Authorizes the supervisor to execute the 2022 fire protection contracts with the Village of Quogue for the North End Quogue Fire Protection District.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved. 1169 of 2021 authorizes the supervisor to execute the 2022 fire protection contracts with the Village of Sag Harbor for the Noyak and Bay Point Fire Protection District. Same second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. All right. 2021-1170 co-sponsored with the rest of the town board. Authorizes the supervisor to sign grant application to Municipal Waste Reduction and Recycling Program.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Approved. That is what, for the tub grinder for grant?
Yep.
Grant for the tub grinder. Perfect.
Yep.
Okay, 1171 of 2021 authorized the supervisor to sign a contract extension for community services grant agreement for the Shinnecock Indian Nation Housing Assistance Program.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Lofstad. This was a grant we had provided to deal with substandard housing like leaky roofs or poor electrical or lack of heat, hot water, those kinds of things. And they just haven't spent it in the time window, so this would just give them additional time. It's a $20,000 grant. So it was seconded by Councilman Lofstad. All in favor?
Aye.
Approved.
Town Board Resolution ID 1172 of 2021, co-sponsored with Councilman Bouvier and Councilwoman Lofsted. Authorized supervisor to sign contract extension for portable toilet rentals.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. 1173 of 21, award and author, this is co-sponsored by Councilman Lofstad and Councilman Schiavone. Award and authorize supervisor to sign contract for printing of tickets, pads, and envelopes.
Second.
Second by Councilman Lofstad. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. 1174 of 21, co-sponsored with Councilman Bouvier. Resolution authorizing the town to enter into a management and stewardship agreement with the North Sea Maritime Center for the Tupper Boathouse.
Second.
Seconded by the co-sponsor, Councilman Bouvier. We had a work session on this. I have great confidence that this group will do a tremendous job there. And, it's great to have a partner working with the town on these historic buildings in terms of making them available to the public. So that, somebody has to be there to let people in. Somebody has, maintaining a property like this, and CPF can't pay to maintain it. And we don't want to burden taxpayers. So we turn to not-for-profits to raise money through programs and solicitation of donations. We couldn't really provide these services without groups like this. So we're fortunate to have people like Ann Reisman and Mark Matthews who are willing to step up and do this kind of thing. John, I know you have been working very closely with this group, not me. So, but I know that they're energetic, they have great vision, and they have great love for this property. So do you want to say a few words before we vote on it?
Just quickly, it's the North Time Maritime Center, but I think this is a really good example of crafting stewardship agreements from CPF to have people, volunteer groups, not-for-profits who come in to do this. And this was a long time. This was a long haul. Julie was working with us for a long time on trying to get this license agreement and get to this point. So, the idea here is that people who have dreams also need to be able to fulfill those dreams, and there is a cost associated with that. And I think Ann and Mark and the North Sea Maritime Center came through in a big way. I really like this group, and I'm really looking forward to what comes out of this. So thank you for the opportunity, Supervisor.
And I'm sure that they will bring in, additional members. This is a 25-year agreement. It's a long time to steward a piece of property. So we want to make sure that this is an ongoing effort. But it is a great building, and the future is seemingly as bright as the past for this gem. So and I also want to thank Lisa Combrink, who also worked very hard on putting this all together, and who's been working with Assemblyman Thiel on making sure that some of the things that they want to do will be allowed at this property. So
yeah, it took more than a village to get this done, but it's really great people.
I'd just like to thank the North Sea Maritime Group. They've been very diligent, and we've had many meetings with them. And as the supervisor mentioned, they did come in for a discussion with the entire board. They've been very patient in waiting over a number of years really to see their vision for the facility move forward. So I'm really excited on their behalf and on our behalf also. And I appreciate the town board's support on this project.
all right, anyone else? All right, I will call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous.
Sorry, who was the second on that?
Councilman Bouvier.
Thank you.
All right, and it was a unanimous approval.
That's what I got.
Okay, congratulations. 1175 of 2021 authorizes the supervisor to sign a new agreement with Briscoe Protective, formerly known as Bell Ringer, for Conscience Point Concession and Bathroom Building for 1976 North Sea Road, Southampton, New York.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Lobstadt. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. 1176 of 2021 is a 2022 notice to bidders for ammunition for police department.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved.
Town Board Resolution 2021-1177 is co-sponsored with Councilman Scavone, is the notice, 2022 notice to bidders for invasive vegetative control and removal.
Second.
Second, from Councilman Scavone. Just again, is this for organic or non-synthetic pesticide?
This is just for vegetative control and removal. It's just a, it's a second part of trying to maybe find someone else. Is Lisa here? Could you?
Yes, and this RFP has not been finalized yet, so we are open to suggestions on this, but in keeping with our previous practice over the last year, we can certainly limit it to organic removal.
Okay, just define again, when you do those checks, what we mean by organic, because there's lots of things that are organic that are still poisonous. So we want to make sure that, like arsenic is organic, for instance,
Right, understood, and I'll work with our team.
asbestos is organic. Yeah.
I'll work with our team on developing the appropriate definition.
Yeah.
And also, bear in mind that the removal quite often is by hand for certain species. So there's that aspect of it too. And we also have some, volunteer groups in the town of Southampton who are doing independently, particularly in Hampton Bays, and some other groups that are pulling by hand invasive species.
I have no issue with that.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying it's a bigger part of, it's preferable than using any kind of chemical control other than salts, oils, and things like that. So we'll work.
Right.
Okay, yeah, you understand my point, obviously, is to try to limit the amount of pesticides being applied.
Yep, I totally get it.
All right, so did we vote on that? I don't think we did. All in favor?
No.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Lisa, a question. Do you know if there's any other towns on Long Island that go after invasive species like we do?
I don't know specifically about the towns, but I do know that there is a statewide and I believe also a Long Island-wide two organizations that monitor the removal of invasive species and also monitor where they are spreading in the various towns. And the Pine Barrens, Central Pine Barrens Commission is also doing a survey. I don't know the extent to which those organizations are involved in removal, but I know that a lot of attention is discussed in these professional groups about how to do it in different areas on Long Island, and what's most effective.
Right.
Yeah, there's
It's a
also
massive challenge. I understand that, we not only do we have it on our land, invasive species on our lands, but we also in our ponds and other bodies of water.
It's a really huge job, and I want to commend Laura Smith from CPF for all the work she's done over many years to develop this program and to really keep it going over all these years.
Marty Shea as well, who's attends all of those things, it's really up. He's a walking encyclopedia about that subject.
Yes, and Juliana Quan from our office, in addition to Laura and Brendan Morris from our department and our summer staff, spent an enormous amount of time working on this project, this year in particular, and last year as well, and previous years. We commend them on that.
John, there was a point where the Nature Conservancy was pretty involved with invasive species removal. They had various projects going on. I don't know how much they are doing now with that. When I was at the county too, there was a whole county task force on this issue, and there was some prohibitions, even on what types of plants could be sold at nurseries, what cultivars. There was a whole list of things that you were not allowed to sell.
That's still in effect today, and I think it's an expanding list.
Yeah, so the county is involved at that level. Literally telling nurseries they can't sell certain plants, and it's very hard to stop people from going to some other state and buying some plants and planting them. But we see what happens with like bamboo, and other invasive species. They just take over.
Well, it's even more pervasive than that, particularly when we're trying to talk about coastal resiliency and protecting our marshland. And you have certain species that get a stranglehold on that, really destroy the effectiveness of plants on our coastal community. So it's been my observation that the county and the state, and there's been a large push towards this because it's just so pervasive and people don't realize it. Things like mile a minute and things like that, which are very evident that they grow, but there's also species that a lot of damage that you don't really see, but they are doing damage, particularly to our coastline.
Yeah. I know I had an experience with mile a minute. I never had it at my property until I brought some mulch in. And that mulch must have had it, because then suddenly I had all this mile a minute weed.
Yeah, then it's 10 miles a minute. You supercharge it and it really takes off that stuff.
But you can see how it gets spread. The seeds,
Well, that's the problem. It strangles a lot of other plants and it just takes over everything. And then try to remove that cost of revegetating those areas. And it's a multi-year process.
Very hard to get rid of.
Yeah.
You rip it out, but there's still roots and it comes right back.
Yeah, that's like bamboo. It's the same thing.
Yeah, because they have runners under the ground.
Yep.
All right. So I think we voted and approved 1177. So let's move on then to 1178, Rick.
Okay, Town Board Resolution 1178 of 2021. The 2022 notice to bidders for street sweeper parts and gutter and rear brooms.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, I think. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. 1179 of 2021 rejects the RFP and second notice to bidders preparation of a redevelopment plan and bid for purchase of urban renewal property located at 20 Shinnecock Road, Hampton Bays, in accordance with the scenarios outlined within the town's adopted Hampton Bays waterfront revitalization plan.
Second.
Seconded by Councilwoman Lofstad. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. 2021-1180 amends the 2021 adopted budget and authorizes part town fund pay-as-you-go purchase for land management.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved. 1181, 2021 amends the 2021 budget for various departments. So a little bit of housekeeping here.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Lofstad. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2021-1182, co-sponsored with Councilman Martell, is a notice of adoption to amend Chapter 123 Building Construction, Article 5, Energy Conservation, to modify the HERS rating standards and incorporate New York Stretch Energy Code -2020 into the town code.
Is there a second?
No.
Well, if there, yeah.
Seconded by Councilman Martell. Did we get, it was so long ago now. I just wanted to make sure we didn't have to wait on this. I think though we were okay, right? There were de minimis changes and they were also noticed 10
Yeah.
days ago.
Yeah, that was my understanding.
Yeah.
Okay, any discussion on this?
I've run out of discussion on it.
Yeah, there were no real additions. There was some change in just a little bit of the language and some removal. There wasn't much to it.
Yeah, very minor.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now. All right, John, anything, you don't want to say anything?
No, well, I mean, I can, if you ask me to, but you know, we've discussed this quite a lot. This is an important step to a lot of the goals the town has set and the state has set for greenhouse gas emissions and energy dependence. So I think this is a good step forward. It's one of many steps that I think municipalities are going to be taking going forward. So I just want to thank Planning Department, particularly Michelangelo and our Sustainability Committee for putting this together and everyone working hard to get us to this point. And thank you to my co-sponsor, Councilman Martell, for patiently listening and being there all the time. I thank you.
It does keep us ahead of the curve. So, you know, we're looking 3 to 5 years ahead. I think it's a good thing.
All right.
Yeah, that's a good point. I feel that way too. It's a bit, I think it's visionary in some ways, but hopefully it will encourage other municipalities, our neighbors and in the region to continue to push towards these goals.
All right, I'll call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved unanimously. So, yeah,
Thanks, board.
thank you, John, for working on it and continuing to move us in this direction of reducing our, you know, carbon footprint and our emissions and trying to help address the climate change that is been so devastating.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Supervisor. Thank you very much.
All right, so we're about to enter a different stretch here. Not the stretch code, but an area or section of the agenda that we have a number of bonds. I'm going to ask Controller Marchese to maybe unmute if we have any questions. So as we go through this, these bonds, it's all part of our capital program. So we've already approved the capital program with these projects. So they shouldn't be surprises. But if there are questions about, you know, what the contemplated project is. And once we've authorized the bonding, doesn't necessarily mean we're going to use bonding. We might have other sources of funding that are available so that we don't have to go out to bond. So these all do, though, require roll calls and supermajority votes. So the first one is 1183 of 2021. It's a bond.
I'm sorry, Supervisor. Did I miss 1181? Or am I on the?
Yeah, we did.
Amend 2021 budget for various departments. Did we do that?
Yes, you missed it. You voted on it though.
Then we did yours afterwards, and then we.
I got so many papers now.
Well, there's 100 pages more to go. So hang in. Okay, good.
That's the one I described as housekeeping, John.
Okay, thank you. Got it.
All right. So 1183 of 2021, it's a bond authorization of $50,000 for sidewalks. It's pretty typical. It's not a lot of money as far as sidewalks go. So I'll take a second.
Second.
Second from Councilman Lofstad. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Supervisor Schneiderman,
Yes.
Councilwoman Lofstad,
Yes.
Councilman Martell,
Yes.
Councilman Bouvier,
Yes.
Councilman Scavone.
Yes.
All right, it's, the bond is approved. Next is 1184 of 2021. This is a bond authorization of $240,000. This is for the police department and it's for police equipment, including the purchase of body worn cameras. These are body cameras, which is, the primary expense behind this is for the body camera program. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone. Roll call?
Supervisor Schneiderman,
Yes.
Councilwoman Lofstad,
Yes.
Councilman Martell,
Yes.
Councilman Bouvier,
Yes.
Councilman Scavone.
Yes.
Excellent. And I am hopeful that we will be rolling out body cameras early in next year, into our police department, which is
I'm
something.
very hopeful of that too. I know it's been a subject discussed in the anti-bias task force since I've been in office, and it's really nice to see this finally come. So thank you all.
All right. Resolution 2021-1185. This is a bond authorization, $100,000 for Iron Point Park. This is going to allow us to improve the access to parking lot, long drainage improvements for that park as well.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell. Roll call?
Supervisor Schneiderman,
Yes.
Councilwoman Lofstad,
Yes.
Councilman Martell,
Yes.
Councilman Bouvier,
Yes.
Councilman Scavone.
Yes.
Approved. 1186 of 21 is a bond authorization of $250,000 for bulkhead improvements. Includes reconstruction or replacement of existing bulkheads constructed of steel, stone, concrete, or wood. This is for various areas of the town.
Second.
Seconded by Councilwoman Lofstad. Roll call?
Supervisor Schneiderman,
Yes.
Councilwoman Lofstad,
Yes.
Councilman Martell,
Yes.
Councilman Bouvier,
Yes.
Councilman Scavone.
Yes.
All right, approved. 1187 of 2221 is a bond authorization of $250,000 for drainage improvements. This is also sort of throughout the town, wherever they need to use the money to do drainage improvements.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. Roll call?
Supervisor Schneiderman,
Yes.
Councilwoman Lofstad,
Yes.
Councilman Martell,
Yes.
Councilman Bouvier,
Yes.
Councilman Scavone.
Yes.
All right, that's approved. Okay, 1188 of 2021. This is a bond authorization of $250,000 for improvements to Shinnecock Canal Maritime Park. This adds to the $360,000 that we've already committed to it. And this will help build the new parking area, the comfort station. Actually, I don't even know if that's part of this next phase, the gazebo, certainly gazebo, and other amenities. I don't think, so it says comfort station. I think that is in a later phase. But either way, this goes toward the Maritime Park. There is some additional private funds that are also being added to our funds.
Second.
Second.
Seconded by, I got 2 seconds out of Hampton Bays, so I'll go with Councilwoman Lofstad. Roll call?
Supervisor Schneiderman,
Yes.
Councilwoman Lofstad,
Yes.
Councilman Martell,
Yes.
Councilman Bouvier,
Yes.
Councilman Scavone.
Yes.
Approved. That's going to be a great project.
So Jay, it adds to the 110,000 for a total of 360, not added to the 360.
Well, this, yeah, you
Right.
might be right.
Yeah.
I might have read
There's,
that.
there's other money too. We got money from the developer there. It's a bigger project than this.
Right.
Right, but I think you're correct, Rick, that maybe we've bonded only 100 so far?
Yeah,
110?
110. Yeah.
All right, we previously authorized 110. Thank you. And now
I'll
we're
check
adding another,
that. I'm sorry.
we're adding another 250 to make it 360,000. And then there's another, I think, 300,000 from the Recklers. That was part of the PDD.
I think it was 5.
Well, we'll check that. I don't think so, but that makes it something in the neighborhood of $700,000 that are available.
So I'm going to have a similar question on the next resolution relative to the West Hampton Beach Community Center.
All right, well, right now, yeah, that's, I think, the next one. So 1189 of 2021 is a bond authorization of 250,000 for reconstruction of 112 Old Riverhead Road. This is for work being done on the new senior and community center on was County Road 31
Route 112.
in West Hampton.
No.
No?
112 Old Riverhead Road.
Yes, Old Riverhead Road.
Right.
Oh,
The address is 112. No.
yeah,
Right, but this is the community center, right?
Yes.
correct.
Right.
Is this in addition to the original $5 million bond that we passed to purchase
Yes.
and renovate it?
Yes.
And also, we receive funds from, or will receive funds from the sale of the old community center as well. That should go to this, but I'm expecting additional costs.
I think we already received that money
Yeah,
from the
okay.
sale.
Thanks.
Yeah, and that
Len.
was posted to this account.
Perfect.
Did that close?
No.
Yeah,
no,
No,
no road.
it's
No, it hasn't
Old
closed.
Road? I don't think that's closed,
We're in contract. It just we just
Oh, okay.
we're doing an environmental. But
but that will be posted to this account.
we should close, shortly. I would think.
All right, I don't know that I had a second on this one.
No, you did not.
I seconded it.
All right, seconded by Councilman Bouvier. We'll need a roll call.
Supervisor Schneiderman,
Yes.
Councilwoman Lofstad,
Yes.
Councilman Martell,
Yes.
Councilman Bouvier,
Yes.
Councilman Scavone.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, and that 5 million, that included acquiring the property for, I think, 4 million. So-
Right. Well,
And
4
then-
point something.
Right, so this is toward building it out now. All
Right.
right,
Well, there was a section in that bond to build the structure out.
Yeah, there was a
That's the
portion
plan.
of.
Right, I remember, Councilman. I'm just like saying, is this like something new that has occurred?
Well, the costs are more.
Right, okay.
All the costs have gone up everywhere, so.
all right, so that was approved. 1190 of 2021 is a bond authorization for 250,000 for town-wide bridge reconstruction. This is, again, various improvements to bridges that are maintained by the town. It's not a lot of money for that type of work. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. Roll call?
Supervisor Schneiderman,
Yes.
Councilwoman Lofstad,
Yes.
Councilman Martell,
Yes.
Councilman Bouvier,
Yes.
Councilman Scavone.
Yes.
All right, that's approved. 1191 of 21, bond authorization of 250,000 for townwide culverts.
Second.
Again, it's self-explanatory. Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. Roll call?
Supervisor Schneiderman,
Yes.
Councilwoman Lofstad,
Yes.
Councilman Martell,
Yes.
Councilman Bouvier,
Yes.
Councilman Scavone.
Yes.
Approved. All right, the next one is 1192 of 2021. It's a bond authorization of 265,000 for waste management equipment. I don't know exactly what piece of equipment this is. We already did the tub grinder. Len, do you know what we're buying there?
I think it's more trailers, those transfer trailers.
And I think one payloader, right?
I don't have the detail.
It says heavy equipment.
I can look it up. You can pass it. I'll look it up.
No, I mean, I'm okay with it.
It's equipment that they're using out there, but I can find out.
For pay, yeah, the cost of heavy equipment for waste management purposes.
Right.
Other.
Yeah, I mean, if Len wants to look it up, I think we can go ahead and vote. We can always recall it if we have an issue. So
I'll second it.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. Roll call.
Supervisor Schneiderman,
Yes.
Councilwoman Lostad,
Yes.
Councilman Martell,
Yes.
Councilman Bouvier,
Yes.
Councilman Scavone.
Yes.
All right, approved 1193 of 2021 is a bond authorization of 350,000 for improvements to Spionk Shores Canal.
It was for a tractor trailer and a waste, a trailer that we eject the trailer. It's both.
Okay.
All right,
Thank you, Len.
All right, so now, Len, we are on the Spionk Shores Canal. Various improvements to the canal. I'm assuming that's bulkheading.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, we're doing this in conjunction with the trustees as well.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. Roll call.
Supervisor Schneiderman,
Yes.
Councilwoman Lostad,
Yes.
Councilman Martell,
Yes.
Councilman Bouvier,
Yes.
Councilman Scavone.
Yes.
All right, approved. 1194 of 2021 is a bond authorization of 412,000 for improvements to Old Farm Road. This is that that road that's part of the Town Law 200 that we've been petitioned to improve and bring into the town highway system. So this basically lays out the money, and then we do collect it back in property taxes from the homeowners in that area. If you recall, I think there was a particular arrangement they made with one of the property owners who had some questions about their ability to pay. So this now, we're going to go ahead and actually, that was all approved, and now we will be building this road. So we had a motion, we had a second, am I correct? Second, Councilman Scavone. Roll call.
Supervisor Schneiderman,
Yes.
Councilwoman Lostad,
Yes.
Councilman Martell,
Yes.
Councilman Bouvier,
Yes.
Councilman Scavone.
Yes.
Approved. 1195 of 2021 is a bond authorization of 500,000 for beach parking upgrades. This is a whole new parking management system, and that will allow us to no longer have to give the decals. You'll be using license plate readers, and our personnel will be able to scan license plates and determine whether they're legally parked or not. So I think we had a whole work session on this.
We've had a couple.
Couple.
So, all right, do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell on the second, and we'll do a roll call.
Supervisor Schneiderman,
Yes.
Councilwoman Lostad,
Yes.
Councilman Martell,
Yes.
Councilman Bouvier,
Yes.
Councilman Scavone.
Yes.
Okay, approved 1196 of 2021 is a bond authorization of $1 million for improvements to Lobster Inn Marina. This is you guys are all familiar with the property, so the town owns the marina portion of it. We had always contemplated that we would have boat slips available to the public, similar to Conscience Point Marina. But it does need quite a bit of work. I think we've already authorized some money for planning. Possibly 200,000, I think, already for engineering and planning. And this would be $1 million for the actual construction so that we can see that as a functioning marina once again. And it was always contemplated. CPF can't pay for that piece of it, even though CPF acquired the property. But the slip revenues will potentially will help pay this down. Do we have a second? Seconded by Councilwoman Lofstad. We'll do a roll call.
Supervisor Schneiderman,
Yes.
Councilwoman Lofstad,
Yes.
Councilman Martell,
Yes.
Councilman Bouvier,
Yes.
Councilman Scavone.
Yes.
All right, that is also approved. 1197 of 2021 is a bond authorization of $1 million for improvements to the police department. This has to do with, I think this is the evidence storage area and the garage land. What is exactly are we doing here at the police department? We authorized previously 350.
Yeah, the project has been evolving. Every year it seems to grow a little bit bigger. And so now this has got to do with an expansion of the administrative offices and some evidence storage. But as I indicated the other day, I think when we were talking in exec session, there may be some modifications to these plans. We're still working on this, but at the minimum, I still think we'll need this money. It just may be utilized in a building design a little bit differently.
Oh, okay. All right, so we have a second by Councilman Scavone. A roll call, please.
Supervisor Schneiderman,
Yes.
Councilwoman Lofstad,
Yes.
Councilman Martell,
Yes.
Councilman Bouvier,
Yes.
Councilman Scavone.
Yes.
All right, approved. All right, we're going to move on to 1198 of 2021. This is also a bond authorization of $1 million. This is for pedestrian and traffic safety improvements. Things like sidewalks, bike lanes, curves, but also for emergency access, trying to make things safer, those types of improvements.
So could I ask a question on this?
Yeah.
I'm having a great deal of difficulty getting just some crosswalks in Eastport through the county. And I'm wondering, is there any way of being able to offset some of the funding issues with the county to help get crosswalks on town roads that go through the town of Southampton, where we have access to parks and things like that, where people can't get across the street, particularly in Eastport? Is there any way that these funds can be commingled?
It's on the Southampton side of Eastport.
Yes.
You know, $1 million sounds like a lot of money. It's not that much money. And, you know, it's non-specific, so it could be competitive in terms of where this money gets spent. I know, I am certainly hoping that some of this money goes toward creating a sort of an emergency access toward that Greenfield community there, where we've had issues where people trying to get out of that neighborhood. There's 140 or so homes there. That if we decide to spend it there, that will use the bulk of it. That there may be some additional money left over. I know there's been a number of sidewalk projects that have been brought to my attention. Maybe they can be phased. You can do a little bit one year, another year do a little bit more.
Jay, they would be on town roads, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a county road, and this is where it becomes problematic because we've made investments in a park in Eastport, but access to the park is restricted, and it's it's a heavily traveled road. It's
Yeah.
Montauk.
Len's making a good point. I don't know that you can actually use bond money
Yeah,
for
that's
a
what
road that we don't own, for an improvement on property that we don't own.
unless we have an agreement with the county in some fashion to do things like that. I just don't know.
Well, it may
I'm
not comply with, it's the
Bill,
bonding laws, the rules that pertain to bonding. What we may be able to do though is, use some COVID money or use some other source of funding, some surplus money to give the county a grant to help make that happen. But
Yeah, you would have to enter into an agreement with the county too, because you're improving a county asset.
Yeah.
I guess it's been done in other places, or it's been proposed to be done in other places, but it's also kind of a tricky.
We've done it. I
precedent.
know we helped repave the county Montauk Highway in downtown Hampton Bays. The town
Well,
of
that was
Southampton.
reimbursed to us by the state, though, Jay. We got a state grant.
Eventually, yeah.
Well, I didn't mean
Something
to
something in
take
the
up.
parks, we might have to acquire some type of interest, whether it be a license agreement or lease agreement, some type of interest for the length of the bond, I believe that might do it.
Well, all I'm saying is I don't know that you can use bonded money for that project.
All right, I'm just trying to get an idea because, we have a school there with access to this park. There's no way that this school children can get there. It's becoming a frustration. So Len, I'll come and see you and we can explore that. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take the board's time. I thought it was a simple answer. It clearly wasn't.
No. It wasn't contemplated certainly when we came up with the $1 million number, that particular project.
This came up when we were talking about Long Neck Road or something like Long
Right,
Beach.
Right.
Remember we
Yep.
were going to try to do sidewalks over there or something?
And Hampton Bays too, along Shinnecock Road and out by the bridge on, what is that? Foster or?
Foster Avenue.
Shinnecock and Foster.
Yeah, it became an issue. So it wasn't as simple once you got looking into the details.
Okay. I'll come see you, Gwen. Thank you.
All right. So we had a second on this one?
I think it was me.
Okay.
All right, second. All right, we'll take Julie as the second. Councilman Lofstad. All right, roll call.
Supervisor Schneiderman,
Yes.
Councilwoman Lofstad,
Yes.
Councilman Martell,
Yes.
Councilman Bouvier,
Yes.
Councilman Schiavone.
Yes.
All right, that is approved. 1199 of 2021 is another bond authorization. This one is 1,750,000. This is for townwide road improvements. This is again, this is typical. We do this every year for the highway department so that they had the funds to repave the roads.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman Lofstad. Roll call.
Supervisor Schneiderman,
Yes.
Councilwoman Lofstad,
Yes.
Councilman Martell,
Yes.
Councilman Bouvier,
Yes.
Councilman Schiavone.
Yes.
And that's the last roll call for tonight. Thank you.
Oh, I see another.
Ambulance.
Oh, no, is there one more? There's one more.
Yeah, we got one more.
Sorry,
Got ahead of myself there.
early celebration.
Yep. This actually is.
The clerk gets paid more on bond resolution days.
He wishes. 2021.
Excellent. Great news, Lynn.
All right, this is number 1200 of 2021. It's a bond authorization for $2 million, and this is for the Southampton ambulance building. And you guys are all familiar with this. So, and again, the costs were higher than we originally thought. So it's now a $5,500,000 project. We had put $3.5 million in place. So this is the other $2 million. It's not that they over designed it or made it bigger. It's just, it was just underestimated or costs went up. And it's That's what happens. So, all right, do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone.
And that makes that earlier thing a lot smaller. So second.
All right. Roll call, please. The last roll call.
Supervisor Schneiderman,
Yes.
Councilwoman Lostad,
Yes.
Councilman Martell,
Yes.
Councilman Bouvier,
Yes.
Councilman Schiavone.
Yes.
All right, approved. So all the bonds were approved. We're going to move on in the agenda. Next one is offered by Councilman Bouvier.
Town Board Resolution 2021-1201 is a cost reimbursement waiver for the Church of St. Rosalie's Our Lady of Guadalupe Torch Run held on December 12, 2021 from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved.
Town Board Resolution 2021-1202 co-sponsored with Councilman Schiavone is a historic landmark designation of a portion of 680 Scuttle Hole Road, Watermill, known as the Maples, pursuant to Southampton Town Code Section 330-321.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone. And we did close it. We closed it and we closed
We
the
did.
record and everything. So this is eligible for a vote.
Yes.
It was a really enlightening presentation by Mr. Woznovsky today about this property and the historic nature of it and the gentleman who lived there and built the house. So I think it certainly qualifies as a landmark. So I'm certainly going to support it.
I agree. And it's a great board too. The work they do is really fantastic.
Yep. It's nice to see a structure like that being saved. So. All right. So we had a motion and a second. Anyone else on any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Approved.
So jumping to Laugh a Lot. Town Board Resolution 2021-1203 is co-sponsored with Councilman Schiavone. It's a historic landmark designation of known as Laugh a Lot, located at Studio Lane, Shinnecock Hills, Suffolk County tax map is indicated in the resolution pursuant to Southampton Town Code Section 330-321.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone. Again, we had that presentation earlier during the public hearing. Really interesting. I learned a lot there too, including possibly how the property got its name. Right?
Interesting. That was a good question, Julie. It's a question everybody asks themselves, but nobody ever said it out loud.
I've been asking myself that for 6 years.
Laugh a lot.
Laugh a lot.
Would be a good name for a comedy club.
I think it was a character in what was it?
That's
That's
Lance
like-
Brooks.
You're
Mel
thinking
Brooks.
about Lance. You're thinking about Lancelot.
No. It was the British
Monty Python's Holy Grail.
Monty
All right.
Python.
Oh,
Laugh-
no,
No, it
no
wasn't.
Monty Python.
could have been.
Come on, Julie.
Come on, Julie, laugh a lot.
What's your favorite color?
Yeah, flesh wound.
All right.
Here to midnight.
Now we're laughing a lot. Oh, you Holy Grail.
Holy Grail.
Oh, boy.
All right. So we did have a motion in a second, correct?
Correct.
All right. I'll call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Approved.
Town Board Resolution 1204 of 2021. This is a memorializing resolution in support of the town of East Hampton's effort to exert local control over the East Hampton Town Airport. Given some of the feedback that I received in the presentation of our work session 2 weeks ago, I'm going to withdraw this. So this resolution is withdrawn.
Okay.
You're withdrawing it.
I'm withdrawing it.
I was ready to support it.
It's withdrawn.
On board resolution 2021-1205, waive winter storage fees at Conscience Point Marina for Sea Scouts.
Second,
Um,
Councilman Martell.
I'm sorry, who, this is 1205. Who was the second? Councilman Martell?
Rick.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 1206 of 2021, co-sponsored by Councilman Bouvier, creates capital account for Peconic Estuary Partnership Eelgrass Restoration Viability Project from 2021 Community Preservation Fund water quality monies.
Second,
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, 1207 of 2021 accepts the resignation of Bernard Langhorn, scale operator in waste management.
second,
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
aye.
Aye.
I wish him well.
Resolution 1208 of 2021 accepts retirement of Barbara Backham. I thought there was an L in there.
No.
How do you say it?
Balcom.
Balcom?
Balcom. Barbara Balcom.
Is that spelled correctly? Baucum? No L?
There's no.
There's no L.
There's no L, but it sounds like, yeah, Barbara Balcom. Okay. All right. Accepts retirement of Barbara Balcom, Senior Office Assistant in Highway. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell. Barbara's been with the town for a long time.
For 30 plus years, I believe.
30 plus years
I
serving
want to
us.
say, yeah.
And, she's been great. She's worked hard, she's highly respected. And she was very, I work with her some on, because she was involved with CSEA issues. So we certainly thank her for her years of service and wish her the very best in her retirement. Well earned. So we had a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved and congratulations. The next one, 1209 of 2021, accepts retirement of Daniel Morris, heavy equipment operator in Highway.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. And again, well, to Daniel, Mr. Morris, we wish him the very best in his retirement and thank him for his service to the town of Southampton. 2021-1210 accepts retirement of Patrick Albe, police detective.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell. And again, on this one too, I know Pat, he's been great to work with, provided great service to the town. I never underestimate, the risks that these police officers take in joining our police department, wearing the uniform and never knowing really what's ahead in the day and what challenges they'll face. Some can be life-threatening, as you know. So we really appreciate the work that these men and women in our police department put in. And but when retirement day comes, we certainly want to just wish them the very best and thank them on behalf of the town for their years of service. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Congratulations.
Sunday, that was seconded by Tommy John. You got that right?
It's fine, really.
Pat Albee?
Yeah.
Albee? Got it. I had you first. Got it.
All right, resolution 1211, 2021, another police officer. This accepts the retirement of Christian LaRusso from the police department.
Second,
Seconded by Councilwoman Lofstad. And of course, we wish Christian all the best too in retirement. I'll call the vote. All in favor?
aye.
Aye. Approved. Next one, 2021-1212. This accepts retirement of Laura Smith, Principal Environmental Analyst in CPF. Let me get a second first.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. Laura's one of the longest serving town employees. She's with the town. I don't remember the year she got hired. I want to say close to 30 years now. But I knew Laura when she worked at the town of East Hampton in the planning department over there. So I've known Laura probably 30 years now. And she does a great job over there. But besides all the work that she did with Community Preservation Fund as a as principal environmental analyst, Laura also, for most of my tenure as supervisor, has been the head of the bargaining unit, the CSEA, which represents the bulk of the town workforce. So I've worked very closely with Laura. We've been able to implement some really good programs, training, and other things that have been benefit programs that have been very helpful, I think, in terms of helping the hardworking men and women of our town. So it's a little bittersweet for me because I've known Laura a long time, but like everyone else, she certainly put in her time, and she deserves the retirement that she now can enjoy. So I want to just wish Laura the very best. Years ago, a few years ago, she got married and she asked me to perform the wedding ceremony. Usually Sunday performs a lot of those civil weddings, but it was an honor for me. I felt really privileged to be able to do that. And I consider Laura a friend and an associate. So just want to wish her the very best. So we had a motion, a second. Did I call the vote? No, not yet.
Not yet, but I'd like to just add to that really quickly. I haven't known Laura as long as you have, but to work with her has just been really wonderful, particularly when it comes, when I've really got to know her was recently, actually, with Andrea Spilko Park. And when anyone visits that park, when we dedicated it in the spring, she's the one responsible for most of it. And she put her heart and soul into that. So I know she's not going to be moving too far away. Hope to have her come back and be part of the ceremony because she's largely responsible for the way this part came out and her other service to CPF. So I absolutely agree with you, Supervisor. She'll be missed, but I really wish her all the best.
Anyone else? All right, I'll call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. All right, 12/13 of 2021 accepts retirement. Mary May Mendoza, driver, messenger, and human resources. And all of us know Mary May, who sits at the front desk when you go over to human resources. And she greets everybody with a smile so cheerfully. And I know, I think she had worked for a while over in housing community development well, and I don't know what other roles she's done in the town, but we'll miss her around town hall, that's for sure. So but once again, she's earned it. So we wish her the best in her retirement as we accept it. And anyone else? We have a second. I need a second on it.
I'll second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. Anyone else?
Well,
I'd like to
said it all with Mary May. She's always been great. So I just buena suerte, Mary, and good luck. And I know she's going to spend more time with her son because that's a big part of what her life is going to be about, I think, when she retires. So I wish her really the very best.
I think he's a talented musician, her son.
Yeah, he's.
I could just say, I just like to wish all of these people that are retiring best wishes, and I hope they enjoy many years of happiness after they part from the town of Southampton, because a lot of these people are leaving with a tremendous amount of institutional knowledge, and they have worked here for decades. And I've known most of them quite well, and they're extraordinary people, and the town will miss them, as well as all the people that have worked with them. So good luck. Enjoy.
One big family.
Yeah.
We've been together a long time.
So yeah, we are. Yeah, we're seeing some departures of some real, like, a lot of institutional knowledge, and
absolutely,
it's going to be tough to, get people up to speed trying to, fulfill those responsibilities.
Experience.
Yeah, exactly. So did we vote on Mary May?
No.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. And congratulations again to Mary May. All right. So, speaking of our dedicated workforce, it brings me to resolution 1214 of 2021. This amends the town holiday schedule. What this does is we normally have a half a day on New Year's and a half a day on Christmas Eve, both half a day New Year's Eve and half a day Christmas Eve. And it falls on a Friday this year, just like last year. I believe it fell also sort of on the weekend, or a day attached to a weekend. So it, in recognition of all the work that the town employees have done, particularly in a very stressful period of the pandemic, serving the public in now a second year of the pandemic, this will take those half days of Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve and make them a full day off just this year. It won't affect future years, but just this year, it'll mirror what we did last year. I do need a second though on this.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell. Any discussion?
I have to say, all of the employees are very grateful for this recognition and are very appreciative to have a full day off.
Thank you, Cindy. That's good.
In the
good.
hallways, everyone was talking about it and they were very happy.
Well, that's making me smile. So that's
Yes.
great. I'm happy to hear that. Well, they deserve it. So, all right. I'll call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. All right, we're at 1215 of 2021. Approves vacation carryover from 2021 to 2022 for CSEA members.
Second.
Need a second. This is a standard resolution at the end of the year. Councilman Scavone seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. 1216 of 2021 authorizes payment to Chief Steven Skrinicki. It buys down some of his unused vacation time and lets him carry over some as well.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. And let me just say, Chief Skrinicki is one of the hardest working people I know. He puts in endless hours. He's constantly available to me whenever I call, and it's kept me up to date. But he's also, so well respected by the men and women of that police department, and really has worked so well with this community. And I just rest easier at night knowing that we have such a competent and dedicated police chief running our police department. So happy to accommodate him. I know we sort of pushed him to take more vacation time. But he tried, but we placed so much demands on him, and the town places so many demands upon him. It's not so easy. So he did his best, though. All right, so we had a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. I'm up to 12/17 of 2021. It ratifies a memorandum of agreement between the town and CSEA. This is the same thing. This is connected to the full day off for Christmas Eve and New Year's this year. New Year's Eve and Christmas Eve.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell.
Yep.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Approved. Yeah, the next two are the same resolutions with different bargaining units. It's a slightly different arrangement with the PBA. This is 12/18 of 2021, ratifies memorandum of agreement between the town and PBA. The only real difference here is they can't take the day off because they have to work. They're police officers. But we are giving them some comp time to make up for it, that they can use up until April or so next year.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. Okay, the next one, 12/19 of 2021 is the same thing. This is just SOA, Superior Officers Association, same as the PBA. I'll need a second.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Lofstad. All in favor?
Aye.
It ratifies the memorandum of agreement. All right, 12/20 of 2021 releases Brian Williams from position of Ordinance Enforcement Officer in CPF.
Second.
Seconded by Councilwoman Lofstad. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved, and he will go back to Fire Marshal 1 position.
Oh, okay, that's what I was, thank you. I was trying to understand that.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, that was his previous title, so he will go
right. Yeah.
Okay, and then that was approved. So, did we vote on it? Yeah, we did, right?
Yes.
Sonia?
Yes.
Okay. All right, John, you're next.
Town Board Resolution 2020-1221 is a notice of public hearing to consider amending Chapter 19-5 of the Town Code of Southampton entitled Public Safety Commission Powers and Duties. It's co-sponsored with Councilman Schiavone.
That was 2021-1220, right? Okay.
Yes,
And
page 5.
and that hearing would be the 28th of December at 1 p.m. via Zoom.
Yeah, because the next two, if in your I think it's the next two, starting with 2020, 1223 on page
Yeah,
109.
we're not, I don't go there yet. I got.
You got
time. Let's vote on this one. So we have a second, Councilman
No.
Schiavone, seconding, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So, okay, so that hearing is set. All right, let's move on to the next one, John.
Yeah, this is on page 109.
No,
It's-
No.
I'm sorry.
98.
Oh, did I miss some?
Page 98.
It's hard being in a new place here. I'm getting myself totally confused. Okay, I apologize. Town Board Resolution 2021. No, I thought I did this already.
2022.
2021-1222.
Yes.
To notice a public hearing to consider amending Chapter 254 of the Town Code of Southampton titled Peddling and Soliciting. It's also co-sponsored with Councilman Schiavone.
And this is,
I will second that.
and this also is on December 28th, 2021, 1 p.m. via Zoom. Okay, seconded by Councilman Schiavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Now, this one, John, is we want to have this in person, not via Zoom, the next one, right?
Correct. That's and I assume Sunday you're aware of this change on the amendments. Okay.
Yes.
So I'll just read it. Do we have to make it, we have to amend it on the floor or
Yeah, so make a motion to
make a
amend.
motion to amend that with the language that the town clerk has in hand? It's basically that we're going to public meetings in person.
All right, so just read the
Town Board
title.
Resolution 2021-1223 is a notice of public hearing to consider historic landmark designation of the property located at 248 New Light Lane, Watermill. Suffolk County tax map is indicated on the resolution, the Corwith Jones Farmhouse, co-sponsored with Councilman Scavone.
All right, so you're making a motion to amend it to have it in person on January 11th, 2022 at Town Hall.
Correct.
All right, and so we're going to delete the mentions of video conferencing and the clerk, Sunday, you have all the correct.
I'm not certain that I have okay, Lynn is texting me, telling me we have the language in hand. So
I'm comfortable. We certainly know the intent. This is just, the only change is we're changing it from a Zoom meeting to happening at Town Hall.
Right, because on the amendment sheet, it doesn't have those changes, so I assumed you guys had them.
So we're
well,
amending it.
we have received them, yes.
Okay.
All references to a remote, video conferencing meeting are being deleted, stricken, and instead it will be at Town Hall. All right, so we have.
Unless we change it back.
We'll deal with that later. Hopefully not.
And it's in person only, correct?
In person only, it's not a
hybrid.
Not a hybrid.
Okay.
Charles is like a sigh of relief from Charles.
Okay. And
you heard
who's
that
this?
there.
Yeah.
And the second on the amendment?
Who's seconding the motion to amend? Councilman.
Thank you.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay. Now, same motion, same second on the
Second to pass.
on approving it as amended.
Yes.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right,
Aye.
Thank you.
all right.
Yeah, sorry for all that confusion. I just came to me, so I'm.
So we're doing the same ordeal, same routine on this next one.
Correct. That's I believe that's
All right,
your.
so I'll make a motion to amend 1224 of 2021
And I'll second that.
to remove any reference to a remote video conference meeting and have it at Town Hall. All right, seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so now I'm going to read the title. I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 1224 as amended. It's a notice of public hearing for a change of zone application entitled The Preserve at South Country Road for change from CR 40 to multifamily planned residential district, MFPRD, on a 17-acre parcel in order to facilitate development of 104 units at 6 units an acre of affordable rental housing in the hamlet of Quiot. And this again will be January 11th in person of 2022 at 1 p.m. in the auditorium at Town Hall. So I'll make a motion to approve as amended. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, approved as amended. John, you're next.
Town Board Resolution 2021-1225 is accept a TDR deed of residual fee from Paul and Laura Calamita for property to be maintained as open space located at North Sea. Suffolk County tax map is indicated on the resolution pursuant to Southampton Town Code Chapter 244-4, obtaining a development right certificate, and Chapter 247 General Municipal Law of the State of New York.
Second.
Seconded by Councilwoman Lofstad. Any discussion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 2021-1226 is to accept the grant of conservation easement in connection with an application to build 1 Albert Avenue in North Sea.
Second.
Yeah, these were both subject to the hearings we held earlier. Seconded by Councilman Scavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, approved. All right, 1227 of 2021 accepts the transfer and gift of a portion of the former Nassau Council of Girl Scouts property, Hampton Bays, to the Community Preservation Fund.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell. This also will strip that one development right on that property. This is the caretaker cottage that is attached to the Camp Tickawitha, I think it was called, the Girl Scout camp over there in Hampton Bays. And it'll allow CPF then to remove the house, which is now in disrepair, and restore it as part of restore the property as part of the park itself. All right, so we had a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved. All right, we're moving on to the walk-ons. We're almost done. All right, we had two walk-on resolutions that we added to the agenda. The first one is 39064. This is warrant number 23, capital number 23, CPF number 23, and payroll liability. I'll take a second. John?
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, approved. And the last resolution, co-sponsored with Councilman Schiavone, it's 39070. It's a 2022 notice to proposers for South Fork Commuter Connection Intermodal Transportation Services.
Second.
By Councilman Schiavone. This would allow us to go out to bid so that we can continue with the shuttle service from the trains as part of the South Fork Commuter Connection, which has been providing a way for workers to get out to their jobs without having to get into cars. So we had a motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, approved. Oh, one more thing before, because we're into the other business thing. I should announce couple quick things. One, after 27 years of service, we have a judge that is retiring, Judge Cooperstein. Just I guess had her last session the other day. Deborah Cooperstein has been, it's hard to believe, a judge with the town of Southampton for 27 years. Very distinguished judge. I know she's always been very fair, and I know she's made a big difference in people's lives through the years. She served with Tommy John's wife, Andrea Schiavone, Judge Schiavone, and we don't have a resolution accepting her retirement. As you know, she didn't run for another term, but I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the fact, with all these retirements, that Judge Cooperstein is also leaving the town, and we obviously wish her the very best. I'll kick it to Tommy John if you want to say a word or two about Judge Cooperstein, or John, or anyone else.
Well, certainly, Judge Cooperstein has served the town well, and it's not easy over there in the busiest justice court in the state of New York, and she does a fine job. She has testified in front of Congress, particularly with for the drug court, which was established here in the town of Southampton, which really became the model for drug courts throughout the country. So we applaud her and we thank her for her service. Thank you, Judge. Well done.
Yeah, I'm gonna miss her. I consider her a personal friend, and you're right, Tommy John, the drug court was just something to behold. So she'll be really missed.
Yeah, she's an extremely respected judge. I know that both my former code prosecutor, Rich Harris, and now Sean Cambridge just say outstanding things about her. And anytime I've interacted with her, it's very professional. And a great women's college basketball fan as well, particularly Tennessee.
And drummer.
So I don't have a lot of information on this next thing, but the AGC, which is the NYS, it's I think it's Association of Architects, the Construction Association is just awarded, I just found this out today, that the Nathaniel Rogers House won first place in a competition of historic restoration.
Well, that's great news.
So that is also, yeah, that's really great news. And other than that, we won't have I don't think we have work session next week, right?
We don't have work session this week.
We don't have work session this week. So do I see you guys before Christmas?
Next week.
Next week. Okay, so I'll have another opportunity then to wish you a Merry Christmas. I did do the polar bear plunge though, but yeah, I did for the food pantries. That was great.
Yeah, that was a horrifying Facebook page to open up.
Yes, I'm sure. I'm sure. So did raise a little bit of money though for them, which is good.
It was a good thing. It was a really good thing.
For Heart of the Hamptons. So anyway, it was a lot of people there. All right. So obviously COVID, be careful. It's still out there. And we will, if there's no other business, we'll conclude and we'll see you guys next week at work session. All right. I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Hofstad. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.